will officially start. The Board of Finance is going to be, the report will be presented by the County Treasurer, Katie Merkley.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
You want to reorganize first?
Yeah, the first order of business will be reorganization of the board. Thank you.
So with that, I'll take on that task. So reorganization of the board for the 2022 year. Take nominations either for the same slate or we can break them out. So we'd ask for a nomination for president.
So the board has a president, a secretary.
That's it.
Is that it?
And members.
I'll move that we keep the same slate from last year. I believe I was the president and Ms. Merkley was the secretary.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second you. Okay, any other nominations? Hearing none, all those in favor of the same slate of officers, Commissioner Blessinger serving as president, Treasurer Merkley serving as secretary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Sorry about that.
That'll work. All right, please, go on.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
So before you have the schedule, our investment policy, all the interest we've collected over 2021, and the CDs that are still held at the end of the year in 2021, and then interest that was collected from our different bank accounts, and then also any 2-year-old checks that need to be quieted back in. A list of the approved Indiana depositories. I'll give you guys a minute to look over that stuff.
So in previous years, you came in bragging about how you had earned more interest than previous years. Could you discuss that a little bit? What
I would
happened
rather
last
not, but there will be no bragging.
year? Okay.
Unfortunately, due to interest rates, we are down $149,000 roughly from last year. And last year we were down $420,000 from the previous year. So in 2019, I earned $655,000 in interest. Last year it was like $420,000, and this year it's $106,000. So I do.
When you say last year, 2020?
2021.
And this year, when you said this year?
Well, I'm sorry. Well, last year's interest.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, so
Sorry.
you're talking about 19, 20, and 21?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So
sorry.
I poke a little fun there, but it's not real. It's a condition of the market.
Mhm.
And it's unfortunate because, like I mentioned to the treasurer before, and I used to say when I came in, that there was a treasurer before me, so now we're looking at 14 years ago, it was over $1 million of interest that the county was bringing in every year. But whenever people are paying 2.5% for a home mortgage, and on that end, there's not a lot of investment.
But
And
the-
interest
And it
be
really
earned.
hurts county revenues.
It does.
but the
Yeah,
Fed,
Feds
the
are
Feds
very
are talking about raising rates, so we expect another $1 million.
Yes.
A year from
Yes.
now will be, yes.
22 will be a big.
Right. Yes. Well, that was my goal, to get it back to mine. So it's still my goal. So, I mean, it's just taking me a little longer than I thought.
That being said, though, yields should be up a year from now.
And I had several banks that didn't even bid. They quit bidding. Now they've told me they are going to start bidding again. So things should start turning around, hopefully. And I had there was more CDs at the beginning of the year in 21 than there are at the end, because people cashed in CDs. The park cashed in a CD so they could do their renovations. The health department cashed in a CD. The highway, due to the coal mine, one of those got cashed in, and so you'll notice that too.
Where's the checklist?
The 2-year,
Yes,
it's towards the back, it's the second to last page.
thank you.
And we do try to reach out to all these people multiple times.
Is the first one on there, is that our county employee?
That
Meyer?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
I believe she is, so maybe that one we can reach up there.
We have.
Community corrections?
We've reached out to all of these people recently. So we do it at 6 months, we reach out, and then we do it again at 6 months. And I think Bridget, my deputy, has reached out in the last month to try and get. But I mean, we keep trying, and like, I know, like Wanda Haas. This is a reoccurring event with her, and we reach out to her multiple times to try to get her to cash our checks. So,
Most of these are insignificant amounts other than the final one there, so I wouldn't be too concerned with the top two
Right.
categories, but the,
Right.
and just for the public's knowledge, the jury pay is the majority of these, and those are under $25 for 7 different people. Got their pay for showing up and they didn't cash it, so.
Right.
Okay.
are there any other questions?
Has there been any legislation that's changed any investment tools at your disposal?
There's not yet. I know that they've been talking about it. Mainly, I think there's a difference between credit unions and banks, and I think that's been discussed, but I don't think anything's changed.
We have the minutes from the January 19th of 2021 Board of Finance minute. We have the minutes here from last year's meeting. And I don't see any changes that I need to the minutes. Anyone else have any?
No, I didn't see anything.
I'll move that we approve last year's minutes as presented.
I'll second.
The first and second, any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
All right.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Ms. Berkeley, there's a place for you to sign on there. Please.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Any other business for the Board of Finance this year? Any public comments or anyone in the public have a comment on the Board of Finance? Seeing none, I think we can adjourn. Anybody opposed? All right. Thank you.
Shut that off. Check.
Okay. All right, so we will go ahead and call to order the January 18th, 2022 Commissioners meeting. We have a quorum present. We will begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd like to join us. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have meeting minutes from January 4th. I'll move that we approve the minutes as they're presented.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We have our first payroll of the year. Any questions, concerns, or changes? I move that we approve the payroll.
Second.
First and second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And we have the claims against the county and the voucher register. Any changes, concerns with those? I'll move that we approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Regarding this, we have a letter here from Hoosier National Forest. The only thing that applies to us is a general rule change, so I don't think that's anything we need to keep. The other ones are for other counties. But if you want to look at that for your review. The next item, Purdue Extension had their annual meeting on Saturday morning. And I picked up I think they're gonna come and present to us soon, but I picked up an annual report for each of you if you'd like to review that. It was an interesting meeting. We talked about, or they discussed organic farming, and it was an interesting meeting. Get the meeting started with the highway supervisor report, please. Thank you.
Okay, first item up, proof of claim was completed and filed on Thursday on our part of the White Stallion deal, so we're gonna wait and see there. And then on a non-related issue, the letter on Sun Energy, this is a bond release request for reclamation that was done on the mine down there towards Zoar Church.
Okay.
This is typically something that as a mine starts to process through, we'll get these things. It's just a notice to all area landowners that these bonds are coming through and they've been successfully completed, everything. So nothing here.
And we're satisfied with everything that's happened in that area,
Yeah,
unlike this other one.
yeah, unlike that, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
So, second item, specifications have been drawn and we've sent them out for proposals for the road striper. We plan to open proposals during the commissioner meeting held February 7th. Sandy, can we get a 9 o'clock?
7?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Okay. Next item, county weed board brochure. Over the last few years, there's been a noticeable increase in the spread of certain noxious weeds around the county. Poison hemlock is something that's starting to really get out of control, that we're noticing around our right-of-ways as well as outside of right-of-ways. It is a noxious weed which plants are toxic to humans and livestock in certain conditions. Johnson grass is also an Indiana noxious weed and has grown in mass quantities in many fields along roadsides where some landowners tend not to treat. It's an aggressive plant which grows and spreads rapidly. Overgrowth can choke out other cash crops planted by farmers. As a measure to effect better control of these weeds, We've developed certain brochures to help identify and properly control the spread of these plants. A lot of this is, kind of informational type stuff to get out. The hemlock we need to get to early, and trying to get cooperation from a lot of landowners to help try to take care of what would be outside of our reach, along the right of ways. But our board has selected 3 methods of outreach to help inform and raise awareness of the growing problem. With the help of the Du Bois REC and Perry Spencer Communications, they're providing us some space on their newsletters and e-newsletters, which will appear in February. I have a copy. I'll just have you guys pass this around, but it's some of the information that's going to be in those brochures. We also plan on one a little bit later as well to specifically target jocks and grass. Right now we want to get it. We figured this would be a good time for the hemlock, because once the weather starts to warm up, you need to catch them before they bloom. So we have some pictures of early stage of hemlock, and hopefully to get people's attention to it. So okay, yeah, we'll follow up with the other publication. And since this is for public awareness, there is no fee for either one of those parties. Third outreach is through a mailer. I spoke with our treasurer, and she was very helpful in allowing us to provide an insert brochure to be sent out with property tax statements, so we can get it out to more people directly. We discussed printing fees and likely additional postage. It was provided in an estimate from Kitty by the printing firm that we're looking at around $1,700 or so, something like that. So what I'd like to ask the board is if we can utilize the funds that are there in the weed board fund, and if the commissioners could help with additional costs on that. Sullivan Water also said that they would offer to help over and above what you all would put in as well. So, I don't know what your thoughts were on that.
Just so I'm caught up, what you have here in front of us is what you're gonna send out to media. This would go to the REC, this would go to whatever they can do with it.
Yeah.
As they wish.
In more of a condensed form.
Right. And you don't have a pamphlet developed yet, but you develop one to send out, or you would use this information to try to create one?
Going to use that information, and it is downsized to fit. So,
And will it be a single page that'll be folded, trifold?
Yeah. Been working with Emily Finch on this to get it together. So
Emily's pretty good. Your budget for the weed board is $750?
$635.
$635.
Yeah.
And was Kitty okay with sending this out?
Yes. Yeah, she reached out to her printer. They got us an estimate. I think there were like 21,000 or so flyers that were going to go out. So in that neck of the woods, I think it was around $1,755, and there would likely be some additional postage, on some of that as well. So we don't know what that's going to be until that time.
Is the postage in addition to this amount?
Yes.
It's gonna be a situation where somebody has 3 parcels, that's probably the maximum for first class 50 cent postage. And if we add this, it'll take them up to the next tier, which would add 30 cents or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know a final cost, but it would probably be in the $2,500 range.
Yeah, probably so. Total.
Has the weed board ever done anything like this before? Have you ever come for additional funds, a request for additional funds? I don't
No.
recall any, but
No, it's been very seldom used. I think what we mostly had used it for before was for sending out letters for warnings if someone does have an outgrowth of a noxious weed, that we'll send letters out. It takes care of the postage on that as well. Our expenses probably in the last 15, 20 years has been very, very small.
so most years your budget goes unused,
Yes.
or practically unused.
His budget is a line item in the commissioner's budget.
So a year ago, I used to attend those weed board meetings. A year ago, or maybe it was 2 years ago now, I said, you guys need to use that money. Use that budget and get the word out what the purpose of it is. Now that he's coming to ask for money for it, I'm thinking, oh, I don't want to approve that money for that. So I'm on both sides of it because it is important. We want, because those weeds will take over, and they take over our ditches, and it'll just go. So I guess we have to make a determination if it's worth maybe $1,900 per month.
I know the rural landowners, it's important to them. It's important to most of them. Obviously, it's not important to all of them, but it's important to most of them. That somebody keeps this under control.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I tend to lean in favor of approval of something. You mentioned that soil and water could contribute some as well. I don't know
Yes.
what that number would be.
Yeah, I don't know either.
And the long one is the county general fund.
When you look, you drive down the road, and I know we try to take care of everything within our right of ways along county roads, but you drive along State Road 56, State Road 64, State Road 164, especially on the east side, there is Johnson grass everywhere. And we've contacted NDOT on several occasions as well to try to help out with that, because, this is a Indiana law. So it's not happening very effectively. So I guess the next way to get it is to try to get those landowners, because they actually own, closer, to try to get their help with this as well. And it's gotten to a point where it's really getting thick, and we're just going to have to try a different method of approaching this. And this seems to be a very one that makes common sense, because I think we can do a good job of getting outreach this way, getting it not only to farmers, but maybe landowners who rent the farm, that type of thing. So whether whether the landowner takes care of it or the renter takes care of it, that's, up to them. But we're trying to get the word out that, we got to get something done. So,
It's up to them, but isn't there a statute that says they have to control it? So they're in violation of that statute, in violation of the law if they don't make an effort to control it.
the effort that I have seen has been mostly mowing. And at the time this is being done, it's all in heads anyway. So it's for one thing too late. Secondly, they're spreading it more. So
Yes.
just needs to be dealt with differently. So,
Well,
I don't have a problem with it.
I think you can do that.
Nothing's worse than trying to fight this stuff and then driving down the road and seeing it filled up in somebody else's field. And you just, it's eventually gonna make its way into your property.
Yeah, and then you're still in the same boat.
And you just keep fighting and fighting.
Yeah.
So, and I know where that big stand of Johnson grass is out there. Back every year, it gets bigger every year.
Yeah.
I keep thinking that the farmer, when he plants that field, is gonna burn it off, but it's on that bank up close to the road. And he can't get to it, or still taking time to boom or spray it.
I guess on the one hand though, are we better off spending $2,000 sending out a piece of paper with that information? Or are we better off using $2,000 for enforcement or remediation? Or are we better off, hiring somebody for $2,000 to go out and spray $2,000 worth of property, which wouldn't be much, but it'd be something.
I think, I don't know what it's worth, but I think it's worth something just on the education level. I mean, I think you go out there and you find an awful lot of landowners that have no clue that that's a noxious weed or what a noxious weed is. So I think there's some educational value there.
I think most people act based on their self-interest or their pocketbook. And if it's not getting in the way that's gonna cost them anything, they're not gonna touch it. If they know about it or not.
I think that both of those parts are probably true, but I think if you start with the education and try to get that going out, and then, if we have areas that aren't being dealt with, we'll just have to deal with them by letter.
That's probably a nice, if you put it that way, it's probably nice to put out the education piece this year. Next couple of years, you start doing enforcement when they say, I didn't know. You put it in your tax bill, you pay your taxes.
I think it's a good point. Better start with the education.
Yeah, and as long as I didn't have time to really review that in depth, but if it says on there the penalty for non-compliance is X, maybe that makes people stand up and make a little.
That will likely go in the next publication because we try to do both on this one here, focusing on the hemlock. Be sure to identify it early and get it down because, once it's too late, they go out and spray it. It's kind of a revenge killing. It doesn't really do any good because it's already coming to seed, so. And that's part of the education that I think maybe some people don't quite understand. So, there's pictures in there to help identify it at the earlier stage and try to get people to get out there early and deal with it. It can be controlled. You just have to, think outside the box and do it a different way, so.
Well, I would,
We don't do as much advertising as we used to do.
Yeah,
I would move that we support this education endeavor. I don't know that I have a number, maybe, as Sandy said, it all comes out of the general fund. So maybe we just support it as, to whatever level is necessary for the printing and the postage to do this.
I would agree that that's fine. I'm support doing it. We can take it out of the printing line item and just if it gets above $1,000, the $2,500 total range that we talked about, to come back and talk to us so we know what we're getting ourselves involved in.
Okay.
If they say, yeah, it's $1,700 for the printing, but it's gonna be $4,000 for the additional postage, that's a consideration we need to take. So just as long as it stays, would that be fair?
Yes.
Pay maybe $17 for printing, $800 extra for the postage, and we'll just see where that goes. Okay.
I sure appreciate that,
So,
and our board does as well.
Yeah, I think, so I want to support the board taking positive action, so I agree with that. Do we have,
I'll second the owner's motion.
any other discussion? All in favor of the motion to support the county weed board actions? Say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, guys. And you've got, let's put you on hold and we're gonna go ahead and it's 9 o'clock. Let's do the bid opening for the paving project. Mr. Schneider's gonna open them.
You want to call them, Shannon, over there?
Should have opened your jobs out for you.
Oh, they are?
They made it.
No bid. Okay, thanks. Bye.
All right, this is from J.H. Rudolph and Company, Tell City. bid in the amount of $175. Nope, sorry.
That's just for that one road.
That's just that. All right.
Which should be combined.
Combined sheets, yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, sir.
So if we're gonna do with that sheet, that's.
Mr. Wayne, we're taking multiple projects under a single
Combining.
packet.
Yep.
So we're gonna go for the net cheapest, I guess.
More in line.
That'd be more in line.
All right. You want to itemize out? Total?
Just total.
All right, total for the three projects in the bid is $685,503. Next is from CNR Construction, Corydon, Indiana. Total in the amount of $597,509.60. Next bid is from Calcar Paving, Jasper, Indiana. Total bid in the amount of $662,528.50. Final bid to be opened from E&D Paving, Clarksville, Indiana. Total bid is in the amount of $614,800.
Well, you're gonna review the bids, if other parties wanna look at them, they're welcome to, is that correct?
That is correct.
You can do it downstairs, you can do it up here, or?
Downstairs and then conference room downstairs.
Yeah.
Wait, how you wait?
And then you can get your highway engineer report later in the meeting?
Yep.
Okay,
Will do.
thank you. Mr. Bird?
All right. Attached to the report that I gave you are our 2022 hourly equipment rates. These are reflective of current FEMA rates that are on right now. They do not include the cost of an operator, and in all cases, they do not include materials. So with your approval, I'd like to recommend approval of these 2022 equipment rates.
Again, this would just be if another municipality or a neighboring county wanted to need a piece of equipment. This is the
Yeah.
base rate for the equipment, plus they pay for the,
Or if someone damaged a roadway or something like that, then, you know, if we came back and fixed it, these would be our rates for that use as well. So, yeah, in either case.
yes. I'll move that we approve the 2022 hourly equipment rates.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Last item, Paradigm Liaison Services is again putting on pipeline safety program.
This year it's being held at the Huntingburg Event Center on Wednesday, February 16th at 8 a.m. Normally have our foreman operators and drivers, as well as new employees, attend this program to review safety operations while working around gas lines and utilities and that type of thing. So it's been a good program, especially with a lot of our younger guys that haven't had the experience with that. It's good eye-opener for them as well. So
Is it a 8 to 5 deal, or is it a couple hours, or how?
a couple hours, hour and a half. They'll have a breakfast in the morning, which everybody looks forward to. But they do have videos and trainings and in-class testing and stuff. So
We have consensus of support on that one? Anybody opposed to that? Sounds great. I think that's a good idea. Let's keep doing it.
that's all I got.
All right, Steve, how about, I reviewed your summary you gave us last time, and of course, that's full of valuable information. There's a lot to it. I just want to make sure my math is right. So whenever we buy a street sign, like somebody steals a street sign, we have to replace it. If it's a speed limit sign, they're like $30. Does that sound accurate? I mean, I took how many we had divided by how many we total cost, so. And then if you get something that's more specialized, they're more expensive.
Yeah.
Like a speed limit sign here is the same one in Knox County or somewhere else, so those are probably mass produced and cheaper.
Yeah.
So-
Stop signs are more expensive, different.
And then, so with this, I showed the board those pictures of that property, or that one street that was knocked, that street sign that was knocked over. It's stolen, what, a couple times a year? Is it stolen on the other side too? Is there another one on the?
No, and that's the surprising thing, because that's more in an inconspicuous spot where there's not that much traffic. You would think that that's the one. So I think this is a challenge. In several ways, it's a challenge.
So I don't know, I mean, is it worth putting concrete? By the time you super fortify the thing, it's cheaper to replace the sign.
Yeah, I think, I don't know what to say. We've tried different measures. We've got, we've got another one near Du Bois that we had the same amount of trouble, and I think this is probably done by kids looking for something to do. And once these kids get a little bit older, maybe move on to college, then it doesn't seem to happen. I'm just guessing, so this is a phase. We've seen it in different areas throughout my whole time here. So I don't think it's going to stop. It's just going to maybe move to a different location. So
The only thing I was thinking about was if we put a clear lubricant over the whole thing, so at least it was a big mess whenever they messed with it.
we've done that. We've tried.
You've done that one too.
We've tried grease. Absolutely.
I was thinking axle grease around the whole dang thing or something, just to
We've
make
done
it really, because we made the pole bigger. We made the pole taller and wider, barbed wire. It just keeps getting trouble.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
So there's another feather in our hat. One. So
And it's probably not worth the offering a reward for information leading to
yeah, we could.
arrest. I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, you know that they don't just do it and keep it secret.
I've always wondered that because
You're conquest.
at our solid waste meeting, we talked about stores that sell reused or old items. And you always see, like even I think right now, if you went to Hayesville, there's a street sign, probably on the side of the building or outside. I've seen them there before that says stop or speed limit or no curve or here comes a curve or you see those around and people put them on the side of their barns. It seems like there would be some way to, I guess you could go online and buy your own, but I would guess most of those are probably stolen municipal signs. Am I the only one that ever sees these things?
Don't they sell them at some point? Like when you guys take down old signs?
I think sometimes they do.
I thought Brett mentioned to me that ours are stamped on the back that they're ours.
We do have identification stamp.
But aren't they a sticker?
They're a sticker, but we also,
Etch it.
Stamp.
Anyway, I didn't know if there was, my wife and I enjoy going to resale shops or junk stores, we call them. And there's always people selling them.
I had a conversation with a friend of mine a while back at lunch, and they acquired a property and was tearing down a shed. And there were 50-some street signs. A few of them had our identification, and who knows where all they got them, but there were like 50-some, and even a couple of signposts and stuff.
They return to you?
The new owner.
Right.
Yeah, so, but, you know,
So I guess we asked the community if your kid has one in their room, have them return to the highway department, teach them a lesson that it's not. I mean, it's unsafe if there's an emergency and an ambulance has to find the road, or a police officer or fireman.
Yeah.
And if there's stop signs, that can cause accidents, so it's a safety issue.
Yeah.
So we'll be happy to accept them back.
yes, absolutely. And there will be no punishment if they bring it back, so.
Okay. And the other thing, just after reviewing that, are there any major bridge replacements this year, or any, do you know? I was doing this, I know I'm switching speeds here. I'm going back to that review that you had. Do we have any major expenses coming that way?
Nothing too major right now. I think Greg's probably a better one to ask on that one. He's doing a real good job of staying on top of that, so I gotta stay in my lane.
Sure. And I think overall is the report said maybe we spent $2.7 million in road repairs last year,
Pretty much.
somewhere in that range. So it's a significant spend and investment.
A lot of that is not also the asphalts, but the repaving, the stone base. A lot of the roads out there just don't have the base underneath them, and as they get older and the pavements get deteriorated a little bit, and the water starts to get down in there, they become soft and spongy. So in a lot of cases, the worst case scenario, we're digging out the bad spots. A lot of times you'll see a spring that develops, and you're getting that out and putting the cloth down there, getting enough stone so they can hold up to heavier traffic that we're seeing a lot of. But in other cases, we're ripping up with our graders. We're scar firing the existing pavements that are failing. We're putting a good stone base down and feathering everything in, and then we're resurfacing that. And we've found over the course of the last long time that this is working. We're not having to go back to those areas quite a bit. So it's just been a slow progression of redoing a lot of our old chip and seals. And, you know, when we talk about money and pavements, we're always focused on addressing the hot mix roads, but we're not really, we're not really targeting the chip and seals. However, in this method, we're kind of little by little improving and getting a base underneath those. So in time, we'll see them in better condition.
Great. I don't have anything else. Commissioner Ostrander?
No, and I would say we continue to be, I think, one of the better counties in the area as far as maintenance of our roads and getting the most for the money that we put into them. So,
Thank
no
you.
reason to believe we won't continue to do that.
And I think we've also got a paint number in there that shows how much money we've spent in striping, and that's not only for roads that when we put seal coats down or even blacktop, you have to put the new stripe on, but when we're doing the pacers, we'll also go through, and if we've got roads that appear to be light, where the paint is getting less, we'll go back and touch them up as well. So we've got a ongoing program that keeps them up to date and not as dull as most. So, but I
And
think
it's really noticeable whenever a new striping gets done, because just the safety and it looks better, just looks better. Those are
And it takes a really good driver, so you don't see a whole lot of this.
There's a little bit of that every once in a while.
A little bit, yeah, so, and they realize too that they're a little bit under the gun, because when our guys see something like that, there's,
They won't hear the other.
oh, yeah, so, we police ourselves pretty well.
All right, thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
All right, it's 9:15. We're supposed to talk about the workforce board agreement. I don't see Linda
Here's the
Jones
board
here,
agreement.
but we don't necessarily, I guess we'll just move on and do it with your absence. So the workforce development, we do this yearly. The chief executive official of the unit, we have to appoint someone to do this, and the people that would get to vote on this would be Du Bois County, Jasper, and Huntingburg. We have to select a county chief elected official to represent the county on the Indiana Workforce Development Board. I sent an email to Mayor Schwinghammer last week to ask if he would continue in that capacity. He said he is willing to, and so I would be happy to accept his continued service on the Indiana Workforce Development Board.
I would agree.
Okay, so let's just make it official. I'll move that we retain Mr. Schwinghammer, Mayor Schwinghammer. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. And the motion carries. It requires my signature and then the signature of both mayors, so I will get this to them for their signature.
I want to clarify, I don't believe it's an annual thing. The term of the agreement's until 2024.
Oh, okay. I thought it was annual, so we can make note of that. July 22nd, or July 1st of 2022. Through 24. Okay, at 9:30, we'll discuss teledoc. Until then, we'll do some miscellaneous items. Oh, Brent's back. Brent, you ready to roll?
Can be.
Okay.
So I'm pretty short.
Steve was really on his game today, so hopefully you're up to follow him.
I promise anything.
Yeah, football award.
Boy, no, was that a game?
Okay, so City of Jasper, downtown square. Plans. I know that you guys have not really seen the plans. They were hard to read. So I made some 11 by 17s of the plans. I made some printouts of really the ones that are vital to us. So that way, if you guys have any more questions, you review them. I know that they're going to be sent out soon. So at least you guys have 95% whenever I get the full set, I'll do the same thing.
Thank you.
I figured you guys didn't want the full 106 pages. It's like, that's a lot right there.
This is already too much.
11 by 17 is easier to handle. And it seemed like they're pretty legible, so. That's just for your review. I do have the estimates too. If you guys want to print out the estimates, I don't know if you guys, those are a little easier to handle whenever you open them up. I know Chad had seen this, he had given information on them. But there you go. Now you guys, I apologize for not getting it to you sooner. The engineer probably would have done that.
Is there anything changed on these figures from the ones we had 2 weeks ago?
No,
Okay.
no,
Dave,
no, same thing.
David, I think Renee was gonna put in a request for a report that had each section subtotals in each section, but I don't see that here.
That hasn't come out yet. We haven't received it. I have not received that yet. So that is that. Community crossings for 22-1, that's the first round of community crossings. We are scheduled to send in an application for Jasper Du Bois Road from 545 to 325 East, which is where we stopped on Jasper Du Bois last year. Then also Steinbottom Road, the entire length, so from Jasper Dubois all the way to 164. As part of doing that, I need a financial commitment letter. This is something we've done every year. We've done this, but I still need to get it done. So I've got a copy. If you guys are acceptable with it, this is just for you guys. I just need one signed copy is all I need. I need your approval and then Chad's signature. And nothing has changed from when I got there.
The estimate here on Jasper Dubois 424, Steinbach 238 for a total of 7,
Yeah,
approaching 700,000.
correct.
Is that the community crossing?
That's the full amount. We only pay for 25% of that number.
Okay.
We've already done that much, have we not?
No, we did 21-2, which is the one I just did. This is another one.
This is the next one,
Well, we just opened bids on this last year.
This last year,
the one that
yes.
we matched.
Yeah. And this financial commitment, all of this is gonna have to come out of MVH. We've been paying them out of Senate bill money, the Senate bill special distribution that we had, Senate bill 67. We've been pulling all that. Well, we finally zeroed that out. So now we're gonna pull out of MVH, which is still, we're more capable of doing it. It's not an issue with the state and around that, so, but that's where we're gonna pull out money from.
I guess my question is that, are we applying for the full,
Million? No.
No.
We're gonna try to keep with, try to get a good chunk in spring and then a good chunk in the fall, if we can keep rolling with it. I'm afraid if we try to do the full million, it may stretch his MVH budget a little thin too. So it helps us kind of control that MVH budget, especially now that we don't have Senate bill money to go into.
So your intent is to come back in the fall and,
Try to get
and for the balance, if you
Yep.
will.
correct. Similar to what we did last year.
Yes. Okay.
I'm satisfied with this submission and application, and I'll move that we approve and sign the letter confirming our financial backing.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. There's a signed copy for you.
Thank you. My last, so then the bid letting, because I was supposed to go before the bid, but didn't, so. I'll review those. I'm gonna input them in my Excel spreadsheet now. And then at the end of the meeting, I'll hopefully have a recommendation of who to go with. The airport authority for the tunnel and agreement. So this is not ready for signatures, but I did want to get it for you. I don't know whose fault it was, it's not a big deal. But the airport is hopefully gonna sign those next week. And on for the first meeting in February. It got lost in translation, it never got done, it kind of sat on somebody's shelf. So I obviously we wanted the airport to sign prior to us signing, and they know that, so it wasn't our fault. We're just waiting on them to sign it and then get it. It's just a maintenance agreement for the tunnel. It's everything that we had discussed before and went through, but we're just waiting on their signatures.
So we can just,
Kind of hold on to it
Refresh
if you want to refresh it, yeah. If you want to look through it, it's the same one.
I know we talked about it last year.
Yeah. So that's all I've got. Unless you got anything for me.
oh, I guess this, I was gonna talk about it later when we talk about the interlocal agreement, but I don't know, that was as good as ever. With this downtown project, I mentioned in an email that our footprint is growing a little bit by the nature of how they're doing the square. Is there anything we need to do regarding a survey or a deed or what we own or what we don't own? Does anybody have any thoughts on that? I just don't want to forget it. Because right now, I guess the assumption is we own only where the grass is and it stops at the curb, but now it's going to be extended slightly. I don't know if it matters if it's the county owned. If you look at the GIS, we own part of the street. I mean, but I think that's not a legal.
Is it? I mean, like in the county, the landowner actually owns to the center of the road.
Not always.
Not always, you're right, not
Yeah.
always, but generally.
In areas where there's no dedication.
Is it similar in the city? I don't know.
I don't know, that's a good question.
The house on my property that I bought, I owned on the other side of the road.
Right.
And then when I did a subdivision, I had to lose the whole road, what's on the other side of the road, and my setback. So I think it's probably varies everywhere you go, a little bit different.
Yeah.
Or should I just keep quiet about it? It doesn't really make a difference because
It probably really doesn't make a difference. 'Cause
In
it's not
practice,
taxes and everything else, it's gonna be right away.
What's gonna happen with the mapping?
The drawing of it,
Yeah, there might be an original plat, maybe, because when I check even on GIS, we own it, but I don't have to dig deep to find a deed. It shouldn't take too long, but
maybe it's not a big deal, I guess.
it doesn't even pop up with a parcel number.
Right.
Because it's not taxed.
It's an original plat. I would say that, the city was probably platting, I don't know, around it. It's a good question. Probably need to talk to,
And what's the downside of not having an exact footprint? I don't know if there is one. Okay, food for thought, we'll just.
I can do some more digging if you'd like me to. I don't know if there's a benefit one way or the other. I don't know.
Going back to the center of the road argument, I mean, yeah, we own and we're responsible for everything up to the street. And at that point, it's the city's responsibility. The street and what used to be the curb and guttering and that sort of thing. So wherever that line is drawn, it's more of a responsibility argument than it is a ownership.
Yeah.
That's a discussion.
If it's important to anybody, I guess we can discuss it further, otherwise, I just want to bring it up so that we had discussed it, and if anybody had thought that, it could be a problem for some reason, we at least brought it up. In practice, it's probably makes no difference, because we'll keep mowing till the grass ends, we'll maintain the concrete that's in that circle, and they'll take care of the road.
Right. I don't see it, we always cooperate well with Jasper. I can see if we don't get along with Jasper, something could happen. That makes sense.
The only thing I was thinking of is if there was an underground pipe, or there was something, some infrastructure thing that happened,
Right.
and it happened either on our property or it happened on their property, that could be a considerable expense if we don't know where the property, where ours starts or ends.
Yeah, what's considered a public utility, who's maintaining it?
Because like if you're a homeowner, if it happens in your front yard, you're responsible. If it happens in the middle of the street, the city is responsible.
Okay, and we can, we can talk to the city. It's agreement type thing, maybe. So.
If anybody wants to bring it up again, we can talk about it at 10:45.
You had a question while ago, Chad, it's city funded, is right?
I was just asking about, I was telling Steve that I reviewed the year in review of the highway department's book that he gave last year. I was just asking about bridges, if there was any substantial bridge projects this year, or if it's just general maintenance.
I'm gonna find some. I know there's a few we got to do. There's knock on wood, my bridges are fairly good. They really are. I don't have anything that's set. I've got the one on Stewart and Division, that one I have with agreement with SJCA, that'll be done this year. That's one that I'd like to get done because it's a railroad car. It's not technically load rated right now, but it will be eventually here pretty soon. So it's better to get that one out of the way. Other than that, our inventory is pretty decent. But I'd like to get a few of these replaced that are channel beams and things like that are getting deteriorated.
So nothing that isn't standard yearly business.
That one there is the one that is.
Let's go ahead and do the teledoc discussion. HR Director Rose is here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, so, a month ago, Gallagher informed us that our teledoc contract with them was going to expire on February 1st. They were going to switch us over to teledoc via our TPA, meaning UGS, but it was going to be a $2 per employee per month increase. So Don't have a whole lot of time here with February 1st right around the corner for a deadline to switch, but I did want to do due diligence and see what our options are out there. This is something I feel like the broker should have done when they were here for renewal and stuff. They should have updated us on this, but here nor there, it didn't happen. So we got to make the best out of the situation. So I've got several options here to go over with you guys, and then we can ultimately decide where we want to go with our telehealth platform. So I did do employee surveys. I got a great response from employees on that. So let's just go right on down the list here. So if we remained at Teladoc for Unified, it would be $4.25 per employee per month. Some positives there. We're already a Teladoc client. Many employees are already signed up. As you recall, here in October, we just had a sign-up campaign. So again, kind of the ball got dropped there. It should have been brought up long before December for the potential switch. No need to reissue insurance cards. Negative quantities here, 89% increase for the same exact service. That's a tough pill to swallow. Mixed communications for as Teladoc versus UGS on a need for all employees to re-register. According to Teladoc, all employees are going to have to re-register anyway, so their current registrations wouldn't be active. According to Unified, they can work around it with Teladoc and make those platforms merge. So I would want to commit either way on that because mixed reviews there. Average callback time is 18 minutes based off Teladoc's November 2021 report. To implement this change, we're talking mid to late February, so we will have a lag of service if we do this. Teladoc direct through the county, $5.15 per employee per month. Again, we're already a Teladoc client, many employees are already enrolled, no need for new insurance cards. They would be adding dermatology and nutrition to it. That would be the only change there. Negative, we're talking about 129% increase. Again, average wait time for callback for physicians, 18 minutes, implemented mid to late February. Beacon Group, they're coming in at $3 per employee per month. Not a whole lot here. They're basic telehealth qualities. Negatives, you have to have a smartphone with a camera on it to be able and download the app to be able to use it. Also, 2 states are excluded for anybody traveling or vacation, Texas and Arkansas. Their reports are very limited. Average callback time for physicians, 8 minutes, mid to late February on that one. Amwell, it's not a per employee per month charge, instead it's a flat fee, $79 per visit. Again, basic telehealth qualities. The negatives here is a variable cost. Again, if we're talking, we had low utilization, save money. We had high utilization, it's going to cost us a lot. So, and the big negative there, the employees would have to pay up front and apply for reimbursement through the TPA. So I don't think that would be of interest there. Average wait time, I couldn't get that from the group, and it's be implemented in February. Next one is Ascension, $209 per employee per month. They got basic marketing pieces, your ability to pick a physician or take the next one that's available. It would be a cost savings for us, and they're somewhat local. Of course, Evansville, you've got the Ascension name out there and stuff, so it's somewhat a local aspect. Negative qualities, limited monthly reports. They prefer the use of cameras during the visit, and we will need to reissue insurance cards. Average callback time is 3 minutes, and they could implement that to mid to late February. The last one is SwiftMD, $4 per employee per month. Positive quality is their customer service. I was able to negotiate a 20% savings. Original quote, it was $5. I was able to negotiate it down to $4. No account setup feature, so that's a good thing there. You don't have to download an app or anything like that. They've got qualifiers. It's almost like if you were to set up a doctor's appointment now, most people use their phone, call their primary care to set up an appointment. You call the number, they got qualifier questions, and then it registers you that way. They got robust monthly reports. It's the only provider that's offering a savings guarantee. So if we got low utilization up to a certain point, they will give us a discount on the next year's service if we wanted to continue it. If we didn't want to continue it, they would write us a check for X amount of dollars. So, exclusive doctors, those doctors that they had is not shared through other telehealth platforms. And when you call in, you get a human, not a robot. That's a big deal to a lot of people. Patient satisfaction over 98%. Marketing material is not only digital, but it's also mailed to people's homes, employees' homes at no additional cost. Negative quality here, we will need to reissue insurance cards. Average callback time 7 minutes after the intake call with the representative. They've committed that we can do a 2/1/22 kickoff. Like anything, it's not going to be the kickoff campaign we want on anything because we're strapped for time. It is what it is. So that's the choices. If I had to move any forward, again, we could remain status quo, go Teladoc, UGS. The other two that I would bring forward would be Ascension or SwiftMD. I was very impressed with SwiftMD. I think they were probably overall the best provider out there. Again, the landscape's constantly changing on telehealth because it's especially with the pandemic, it's become a big deal. I think SwiftMD's probably got the best platform overall. I think it's a lot of the roadblocks employees had whenever I did the survey was the technology feature, apps not working or forgetting usernames, passwords, stuff of that nature. So that roadblock will be gone. Here, you literally pick it up, dial a phone number, and you're on your way to your doctor's visit.
So what did the survey say? I mean, how many people?
We probably had 40% of the employees filled it out. So I was actually impressed with that because quite a few, like highway department, they don't have emails. So that's the way I sent it out, was through meeting emails. About the best way I was able to, again, quick turnaround for commissioners meeting and that. So basically I was asking, have you used it? What's your roadblocks? Would you use it again? Stuff like that. So
What feedback did you get?
a lot of feedback was originally they were concerned, had several concerns we might be getting rid of it. So I said, no, that's not the case. I said, here's the deal. We're under contract and we're just looking for best options, A lot of the employees were having issues with either a language barrier with the doctors that they actually spoke to, or not being able to get into it because the app wouldn't work, or not able to register on the app and stuff like that. So again, that's where SwiftMD would come in handy. You literally just call a number and you actually get a hold of a human being. They talk you through it, and it's basically like a receptionist there. What's your, they ask your qualifier questions to pull your profile, and then basically what do you want to see the doctor for, you'll tell them, and then basically they'll say, well, you'll be getting a phone call here in the next 15 minutes for a provider. So you just wait for the phone call to ring. And they also got the option that you can use an app if that's your preferred method. So
We don't have a special line item for Teladoc, right? It's comes out of our general insurance line item.
Who is SwiftMD? What do we know? What do you know about them?
they are mainly on the East Coast. They're not located here in the Midwest much. But all their doctors are U.S. doctors. So it's just another platform similar to Teladoc. Teladoc's most popular by far. They've definitely got the best marketing out there. But you definitely have other groups that's coming along in that telehealth platform. It's a big space, big opportunity for companies. So
And Ascension, we know of Ascension,
Yeah.
Evansville, Indianapolis, that sort of thing, but that may be nationwide as well.
yes, it is. They're not covered in every single state. So if you call, you'll get an Ascension doctor as long as there's Ascension doctors within those states. Some states don't have Ascension, so then they got to outsource to possibly another hospital or even like a Teladoc provider. doctor to cover those states it's not covered, but yes.
And with Swift MD, you negotiated a 20% savings there for the first year. I assume that was for the first.
Yes.
Is this a 1 year?
Yes, all these are subject to change. This would be just a one year contract.
It's really hard to ignore the cost of Ascension versus.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's and that's why I put this together. It was like I'm not only looking for cost. Obviously, that's a big deal. Be responsible with county dollars, but also quality of service. That's my other thing we were looking at. Ascension was pretty good. I mean, Sandy was on the call with me for Ascension, and then Swift MD also. She had something going on the first time Swift MD called, so I was able to schedule another call with them. But yeah, I mean, at $209 per employee per month, that's very attractive. Very attractive.
Can you tell me, is there a cost to the county to reissue cards?
There very well could be, and I would put that back on Gallagher. And whether they would eat it, I don't know. But we're in this situation because of that. I
I'm
mean,
just trying to think of
Yeah.
other costs. If it's
Yeah.
$2 a card, that's something.
Yeah.
And can you give a utilization report from Teledoc for the last year?
Yes, I do have their latest one here that just issued in December. We have been up since August, September, October, November, December. From the previous year, we've been up in utilization. In December, we had 19 visits. So I only got one copy of this, but
It is a 7 year to date too.
yes, it's got the whole, yes, year to date down there. Basically starting in August.
That's our membership. These are our visits for a total
Yeah.
year. We average about 10, a little over 10 visits per month.
Correct.
So we're paying $1,000 a month. So we're paying, I'm just trying to figure out how much we're.
And I think that's why when we looked at the two that I saw, we looked at ease of the program, because if it's hard, people won't do it.
Yeah.
If they have to remember a password, they won't do it. As easily. I should
It's
say.
easily. And you know, if you are sick, that's the last thing you want to do is try to establish a profile, or, you know, that's why I tell people when new hires, when they come in, I said, your insurance available, go tell Teledoc, register your stuff, because if you have problems, you know, you can let somebody know. And number two, you don't have to go through all that intake stuff whenever you are sick or you have a sick kid or something.
So if we went $4 per employee per month, with how many employees, how many lives have we covered?
Right now, we're averaging 220.
So $900 a month.
It's gonna cost us that if we stay with what we have currently.
It costs us
Currently, it's
more.
gonna be $425 per month.
Yeah.
So we're basically paying $90 a visit now. If you take 10 visits a month, divide by this cost, it's $90 a visit. So if AM or Amwell was something we loved, if we use last year's figures, we'd be ahead of the game by using them at $79 a visit. Not that I recommend them, so I don't want people to have to pay it front.
I was gonna say, that's the
And
bad.
that's guaranteeing everybody turned in for reimbursement.
Yeah, well, and I think we would run into very low utilization, because I don't think anybody would, at that point, I think they would wait to go to their primary care and just, you know, or go to urgent care or something, you know.
It ended up costing more.
Yeah.
Do we want to continue with the service? Is 10 people a month average a strong enough utilization? Is it a savings? Is it not a savings? I'm not sure.
I think overall, it definitely is a savings, and I think it is a benefit. I would definitely keep it, yeah.
I think, yeah.
And that's the thing.
10 a month doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a foothold, if you will. In other words, it will only grow, I think. If it was going the other way, but I don't see it going the other way, I don't know.
I don't, that's why he sent out the surveys, because he was just curious, are people wanting it?
Right.
People were saying, no, I don't even want it,
Yeah.
because I have it.
Wanting it versus utilizing it isn't, I want every benefit that anybody will give me in case I want to use it, but we have to make a determination financially, so if it makes sense. Because I've used it once. Have either of you used it?
No, I haven't.
I used it one time.
Was it worth using? No. When I used it, it was so-so.
It might have been the issue, I mean, what I called for, that didn't help, but I just felt like I spent 20 minutes on the phone and I believe they told me to take some vitamin C. I was like, thanks.
You toast some orange juice.
It don't- it don't- it don't-
We've heard, I mean, we've heard,
You know?
heard that from some, then we've heard from the others.
Yeah.
So,
And honestly, you can see on the report there, Chad, too, they, it is about a 50% prescription versus non-prescription when they call. Like, it's on that report there too,
So
so.
pass it down to whatever.
Oh, okay, yeah, but it is about 50% versus prescription versus non-prescription, so.
So I mean, if we go with Ascension, I mean, that's
It'd be a huge.
40%, 45% cheaper
it's cheaper
than
than we have
Swift
now.
MD.
Mhm.
Yeah, or and more than 50% cheaper than what we have currently.
Yeah.
And their little marketing there says it's 2 minutes and 29 seconds before somebody gets back with you.
They had a nice platform, I mean, they really did. If I was, if I was to bring two of them forward, I would bring Ascension Swift MD. That's two I would bring forward, is what I've seen. And also, you know, experience with Teladoc and versus what people's been saying. I've heard a lot of the same thing, what you guys are saying, you know. Again, why would you pay 89% more for that? You know, that's, you know,
And
same service, same.
Good
Currently, we're
position.
paying $225 per.
I think it's a good idea to move forward with Ascension because we have no experience other than a salesman talking to two of our people on, right? I mean, on those two, and they both seem like you both have said that they seem like quality folks. And at half the price, I mean, it seems like it would be reasonable to move forward with them. The employees get to keep the benefit. The hassle is that you have to download a different application, but people probably do that weekly anymore.
And reissue the insurance card.
And reissue insurance cards. So the only thing they're really gonna have to do is remove the Teladoc.
But that cost is the same for Ascension or Swift.
Yeah, that's right. And since Mark and his crew probably dropped the ball a bit, not keeping up on it, I would suggest that they pay that.
Mhm.
So whatever that reissue fee. I don't think that would be unreasonable of us to ask them to cover that.
I would agree with Ascension. I have a feeling that 209 will last for 1 year. Next year, they'll come back about the same price as these other guys.
And
But
I
that's
think
okay. I
that's
mean-
the difference with the Swift. They said if we didn't have a certain utilization,
They would, they had that savings guarantee
like they have
built
a
in.
savings guarantee in there.
Right.
But the last 2 years we have, since I've been here, I did the averages and we've been averaging right around 100. I think 1 year was 100 and 1 year was 101. So, and I think this year we're gonna close out at 122. So we're right around that 100 number. So,
I think if we get the same utilization next year, and we're paying just about half. That
Right.
saves us money. I mean, we get ahead of the game. It saves office visits, it saves productivity. I think that's the way to go to give it a shot. And a year from now, we can say, did utilization go up, go down? What were our problems? And we just survey the folks again and see how it went. I'm not opposed to Teladoc personally. I would try it again, I guess, if I had a need. But my first experience wasn't great. Sounds like yours wasn't great. Some people get what they need and other people don't. It's not a perfect system. You're talking to a doctor over the phone. So it's
correct,
different.
correct. It
Kind
is.
of a different animal.
Yeah.
I wondered if it wasn't available, whether there would be any, whether it would be replaced with a doctor visit, or would it be replaced with nothing? And therefore, I mean, we're talking a difference here with saving money for the county, but we're also talking about wellness.
Mhm.
And it might provide a wellness piece that would not be utilized otherwise.
Well, I think it's really big on, and every one of these vendors had the same report. When does people use telehealth? It's at night, weekends, holidays, when you can't get into doctors' offices. I mean, down in Tell City, we just built a new urgent care. They're just like everybody else. They can't find workers. We got urgent care that's not even open on the weekends. So how good's an urgent care if it's not open on the weekends? So, the same thing. Nobody can find anybody to work. So,
I'll move that we ask the HR director to move forward with the Ascension option vendor, and has any contracts reviewed by the county attorney. I don't know if we have to think, if we need to look at them any further, or just give them consent to move on, but that's the route I'd like to go.
I would agree with that.
So we got a first that we move with them, we got a second, and yeah, let's just go all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. And so I think the desire of the board is for you to get a contract, share it with Mr. Mayor, and Luke, if you need a signature from one of the board members, I can sign that. Is that anybody opposed to that?
we'll do it. All right. We'll get her going here in the next hour. So, all right. Thank you.
Okay, we have a little bit of time. The next item on the agenda is bid opening for the auditor treasurer renovation at 10 o'clock. Do either commissioner need a break?
My confession, you have an opportunity. You got any? Well, you'll hear about it after 9:30.
What did you say? Elmer?
I'm gonna take a break.
Okay.
They walk around and they looking.
I'll be one of them. I'm good now.
Yeah, I don't really see
They have.
And think it's Universal or site to get them at?
What?
Universal. Universal that drops that on site? No. They just.
Yeah,
We're supposed to drop it in the order by 9:30 or here,
I thought.
after 9:30 here.
They kept saying it.
We have none.
And I was,
What's two of them?
Did we get bids?
I think it was a little bit.
How many bids did we get, do you know?
None.
I saw some bigger ones.
Not yet.
You're looking at them right there.
We have none across the
How many
street.
companies did we reach out to?
Four. They were in there, they were looking around.
Last week to talk about the session and like how it affects our budget this coming year. Plus people that show. These date procedures. How do I get on the agenda? Let me call Mike. He's the president. Let me call him. Gary should know. Somebody needs to talk.
Nick, you want to put us in?
He said he did well.
This program is gonna go on. Gallagher said, let's just go over it. And it was 225, so it'll be about 100. And he's like, yeah, and I know they're just and they're interested. That's why.
All right, let's get back to order here. Go with the county attorney to, Mr. Schnare, do you have any updates on the bankruptcy? I know that earlier, highway department discussed turning in a claim.
That would be the update. We submitted our claims and revised them based upon the repair work to be done. And also resubmitted the claims on behalf of the county treasurer's office. So I think right now it's a sit and wait. So, Steve did a great job getting numbers put together and had a conversation with council. And I think they felt satisfied with what we've come up with and presented it in a good way.
By counsel, you mean bankruptcy attorney?
That's correct. Okay. Not myself.
Well, I didn't know you, county counsel.
Oh, sorry, bankruptcy counsel.
Yes. Okay. Anything else from your department today?
We're bringing it up here later on with the interlocal agreement was the other thing that we've been working on.
And from the auditor, did you have anything to report with the MFA on Matrix?
No, they're in the process of whatever.
It's only been a couple of weeks, so.
I know I've gotten a couple of emails, so I know they're working on it.
But they've,
It's not rolled out yet,
got it.
but I told them March, so.
One thing that I'm going to be meeting with the auditor and the HR director later this week to talk about our handbook. There were some revisions that were made, and I think one thing that I don't believe is in the handbook currently, the credit card policy, is that accurate?
We have a policy.
We have a policy, but it wasn't in the handbook, I don't think. And the reason I even thought about it was the Indiana County Association, somebody asked about credit card policies, and I didn't know if we thought we should get that and put it in, insert that in the handbook while we're doing it. As it's a policy, I didn't know if that would make it easier for everyone to find, and instead of there being one copy here, everybody would get a copy when they were a new employee, or we could pass it around.
Who does the credit card policy apply to? Is it mostly department heads?
I think it would apply to any employee that might need it for a track to travel, or
I could pull it, I haven't read it.
I
I mean,
mean,
it's been a few months since I've read it.
is there a downside of putting it into the policy?
I know as far as our department, it kind of came down to the department heads, but then they can authorize users within their department to utilize that. So, like for us, we'll get a different type of fuel for a smaller engine, for dry trucks and that type of thing. And a lot of times we're picking up repair stuff.
The thing is we monitor who has it, because if, and I've had it happen, fraud will call me and say, did you just authorize this purchase? And I don't know what's out there, I can't authorize it. So we try to keep track of where you're taking in, where you're going, and how much you think you're gonna spend, so I know when that call comes, and it does come. Because if it doesn't, I don't authorize it, they can't purchase it.
Yeah.
So we really try to monitor.
I guess I'd recommend adding it to the handbook. I don't think it hurts anything.
I guess I don't see the downside of doing that. I don't know if there's a big upside, but I don't see the downside of it.
So maybe we'll add that when we meet this week. All right, it's 10 o'clock, and that means it is time for bid opening for the auditor treasurer renovation. Are there any?
I'm unaware of any. I think the deadline, there's a time deadline over at the auditor's office, which is passed. Called over, there were none there. They could have brought them here in person leading up until this time. And speaking with Mr. Schiff, and by speaking, I mean looking at him and nodding to me that I don't believe we have any, no.
Okay, so do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I spoke to all 4 contractors that were invited. Immediately heard from 2 that no, their workload is just way too much. So they were declining the bid. A second one said that they weren't gonna have time to bid, due to a COVID issue. But then came back and said they're gonna try if they can get subcontracts in. A third one, I just talked to in depth this morning, and said that they couldn't do it because they couldn't get a, cabinetry bid in with a subcontractor. So all of them had expressed that they are just way too busy. They said this is a public project that gets a lot of traffic. They're kind of afraid to give a number, get on site, and with the issues going on with supply and everything, that they get a bad name for it dragging out very long. The one subcontractor that was willing or said that they could probably provide a number, so they couldn't even touch it for 6 months. And that was a heavy custom woodworking contractor, which is what's heavy on this project. So we're going through some crazy times in the construction world right now. Scott said, well, what do we do now? This is unusual for us. We just bid one the other day and had invited 4 local contractors and only got 1 bid for the same reason. And that was a pretty, I don't mean this is not a desirable project, but that was a pretty high profile project. So there's just too much work out there right now. We can table it, wait a couple of months, have some discussion with them, see if there's any, take it back out for bids. The work's all there, it's done on our end. So it's not bad, meaning we can hold it. The problem is as time goes on, pricing is gonna continue to go up, but I guess there's nothing we can really do about it at this point. We'll just have to regroup and discuss it and maybe have some conversations with some of the local contractors to see if there's a better time. I've heard from all of them when it went out, this is great, good interior work, winter work. And then it gets down to bid day and here we are.
Feedback from the board? Commissioner Ross, any feedback?
No, I don't have any. I don't know either what other options we have. In addition to the 4 that you invited, it was publicized, others could have joined in,
Yeah.
I assume, so, I don't have an option. I don't have an answer either.
So yeah, that could be an option. Just go back out with the public bid process, to see if maybe one of them has a little bit more time to put their number together, or 2 of them. Get some more subcontract numbers in, and plus open it up to the bid market by doing the 2 publications. Reaching out to some others, I've talked to some smaller contractors, not necessarily in the commercial world, and I hear the same thing from everybody. Everybody is buried right now with work. And they're afraid to bite on to a project and upset somebody. And like I said, I heard from 2 of them on this one, it's too much public traffic, and I'm afraid we're gonna get a bad name by a subcontractor backing out or not producing when they're supposed to, and then it just looks like we're not doing anything for, And of course, with a project like this, you guys want this one to start, continue, and finish. It's nothing you want drug out over a year, with the traffic involved. So maybe we reach out. I know the idea was to keep it DuBois County, but there's maybe others to reach out to, outside of the county to see if there would be any interest in providing a bid. I know locally the subcontractor work, the electrician, and the custom woodworking was the issue on this one. That I don't know if we're gonna get, if that's gonna make it, waiting when you're told that, oh, we're 6 months out, do we wait 6 months? You know, maybe we go out next fall for a nice winter project. So there's a few options, but it's just a matter of trying to see what the market does. I know there were some big projects bid here at the end of the year. That kind of might have consumed some of the local commercial guys that we had invited.
Who are the four?
Jasper Lumber, Stryker Construction, Cramp Construction, and Cypher.
Sounds like you hit them.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Kleesner, council president's here. Do you have any thoughts on it?
I kind of agree with you. I think we ought to just table it, maybe go to the fall. You know, it's custom woodworking, it's intense, and there's only, that I know of, there's very few
Right.
in the county or in the area that do that kind of work. And we don't wanna, you know, like the rest of the courthouse, there is quality workmanship, quality wood. We have to have it matched. We can't have it,
Right.
you know, so there's just very few people that do it.
Yeah. And then to add to that, two of the commercial guys told me there's only one subcontractor I would want on this project. And that subcontractor said, I'm not, you know, we're starting to make people mad by taking on too much work. They're like, we're not even gonna look at anything for 6 months because they're backed up on producing product for other projects.
So maybe we put it on ice until August and revisit.
Sounds like it's the best option. I mean,
Yeah,
What I
if
want to do, but, yeah.
we can kind of gauge it throughout the first half of the year here. And if we see there's a slowdown or I start getting questions from these contractors, you guys, because we communicate with all of them, you know, you guys got anything coming out, you know, and we, you know, I might see an opportunity where I'll bring it, you know, call you guys up and say, hey, what I'm hearing, maybe it's a good time we reach back out to them.
Yeah, as the county, I don't know if we're not in an emergency situation to get it done,
No.
so.
No,
That's
that's
why I
the
think-
cost increase would be the only
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know,
downside to that.
when you sweet talk somebody into bidding it, we're not gonna do it for nothing either,
You're right.
you know? So it's, I think it's something we ought to put on hold.
So let's ask Mr. Hope, just maybe put it in your calendar and we'll bring it back to us in 6 months. 6 or 7 months. All right, well, that's the end of that. Unless there's any other comments.
I mean, it's disappointing, but I don't want to be tore up for a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's asking way too much.
Yeah.
So I'd rather wait. Table it, see.
I mean, it's important, we want to get it done, but if we don't have people that'll do it, we'll do it. We can't do it.
I think it'll come around, it's better. But, you know, it's there, but, yeah, I mean, we got a lot of projects coming too, and, don't know what to tell their owners. You know, it's like, we're gonna get good bids and several bids to compare. At this point in time, what I seen last week surprised the heck out of me, and this too, but, things can change pretty quickly, you know?
Interest rates make a lot of difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't use that yet.
Thanks. It's good, it's a good set.
That's gonna be used for next year, so.
All right, well, I think unless there's any comment, I'll take a comment from the public. If anybody has any on the situation. Seeing none, we'll move forward. Commissioner Brown, do you have any miscellaneous items for 5 minutes?
Oh, you're looking.
Commissioner Austin?
Go ahead, man.
The only thing I have is the reminder that tonight is the meeting in Hayesville to discuss the sewer district. So residents of Hayesville and the rest of the county, if they'd like to come out and ask any questions, it's gonna be more or less a Q&A session.
Gotta take minutes.
And so, do you know which part of the building we're gonna be in? Are we gonna be in the
I'm
middle
not
big?
so sure.
And it is at the church right at the top of the hill, across from Nick's, right?
Well, I'll tell you.
St.
Paul.
St. Paul, yeah, that's the big one there. I'm not gonna go there.
Now, the question is, I mean, I don't know if they have enough for us to go live, but I could possibly do.
Do you want us to allow that?
I'm not sure.
I mean,
I know Mary's going about an hour ahead of time.
I could take all the stuff, I just don't know if they have internet service and I don't have the capability of a hotspot.
Right.
If it's available, we'll do it. I mean, unless it's a big
I
hurt.
mean, the only other thing I could do is I could grab my personal video camera and then we could post it live later.
I say we just skip it. I mean, we're not required. I mean, this is just for a public benefit, and if we can't do it, we can't do it.
I mean, I can drag it.
It'd be a lot easier if we didn't, but we could probably figure something out if we had to.
Like I said, I could film it and then
We'd upload it.
or video it and then upload it and then at least people could see it.
We could do it with this too. We could do it with the setup. It can't be done. I mean, it's just saving it instead of doing it directly to YouTube. Instead of you dragging that along in this.
I'm fine with letting you decide if it's gonna work or not between you two want to discuss that. So thank you for that reminder, and commissioners will be up there a little bit early and stay late if people have questions for us, and the people that helped us with the project will be there as well to answer questions if there are some. Does that accurate? Anything else?
That's it.
No, I've got other things that I'll talk about later, but just real quickly here, the department head meeting tomorrow. And I've got an agenda started, and Brooks is going to be there to talk about time card, payroll, inventory issues in their office. Marky will be there to talk about HR issues, COVID testing, wellness, etc. ARPA and help update, I'll update on that unless you want to be there to where that. I mean, we can talk about it later, but just update on where we're at on that. That doesn't sound like a lot, but I think, for example, Brooks will take quite some time to get through. She has several issues that she wants to go through, so I think we'll have a full meeting. Sandy, would moving it up here help that was a suggestion made that maybe we move it up here to give a little more space. There is a little more space in this room, but we don't have the conference table.
I can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Just a matter of we have to drag some chairs.
Personally, I don't think the space difference is that great that it makes a big difference. And we have the conference table down there and we have the chairs down there to do it. I think we'll leave it down there.
I just assumed, so I just.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I was going to talk about some things with legislative updates, but I'll save that.
Okay, sounds good. We have Du Bois County Clerk Amy Brock is here to discuss some.
Cabinets.
She changed her.
Cabinets, I changed my
Cabinets, right.
agenda idea.
Yeah.
We were on the agenda for election holiday discussion, and that has become a void conversation in my opinion. So I don't need anything there, but I do have in the records library some empty metal cabinets that I would like to discard of or move out of that space. I've measured, it takes up about a wall, and if you go to the records library, there's a side room that's blocked off from the public. So we have some court files in, and where the shredding, where the shredder is at. It's in the records library to the left.
Okay.
Along that wall in that room are some old metal file cabinets. There are some that are being used, but there are several that are not. I have several pictures here. I have an email with some, I grabbed some dimensions. I want to get rid of them so I can move some other file cabinet pieces in there, all in an effort to condense the court records into a more secure location is the efforts. A couple of years ago, we replaced our retired records librarian, and we had discussed that it maybe would be going to a part-time position someday. So the clerk's office has been scanning court files and trying to get to a place where that stuff, if there wouldn't be a records librarian in that position, the public could still access the stuff that's needed outside of the court document stuff. So part of that effort is to move this cabinetry out that's not being used. It's not been used in a number of years. There's nothing that the clerk's office or the court would need it for at this point. I'm happy to email to the rest of the county to see if somebody else has a need for it, but if no one else has a need for it, I'd like permission to dispose of it. I've talked with Scott Hof. He would get in if we got to the point where nobody wanted it, he would get in touch with solid waste and try to get it moved out of there. Questions?
I can't imagine that there'd be any use for these smaller ones anywhere else.
It's similar to what you use for claims, the one,
The tall and thin one.
but,
I didn't see it, I don't know.
yeah, I like the idea of
How
saying,
deep are they?
That's
mean,
one thing I didn't, no wider than this.
I don't think we
Okay.
need another
Maybe
plan.
12, 18 inches, 12, 18 inches probably.
Yeah.
It's like you got your claims on your.
I don't think we need another, I mean,
You typically rotate out.
we
You get rid
rotate
of stuff and you
years
add
worth
new
and we
stuff.
rotate
Yeah.
out.
That's what they look like though.
and then the other one says it's 18 inches wide?
Yeah.
What was that used for file folders?
Yeah, no, they're a smaller, they're like a 5x7 card. At one time, we used some of those in our office for what's called bond cards. It's just a different type of card and different filing system that we don't use those anymore. It's all digital.
I recommend that we do like we do with the other offices. We ask that an email is sent out to see if any other county need exists. And then we can consider it for an excess item at the next meeting. I mean, you're not in a rush, right? If you
No,
do it
not
couple
in a
weeks,
rush.
2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
That sounds good to the board.
If we do get to the point to where we, salvage yard might be, might have some metal value in other words.
would some of these drawers fit ours where it might,
Like if you had something
if
that
you ever
were
knock
broken
it in
or
or
something,
something?
I would.
we can have to look.
So let's move forward that way. We'll send an email out to the everyone list
Yeah.
and we'll put it on the agenda next time for 5 minutes for potential disposal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right. Sheriff Kleinhelping will be here in 10 minutes for his. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because I want to talk about the ARPA stuff.
I can go through some of this stuff that, I've had a couple of meetings since our last meeting at the state.
Sure, let's do
With
that.
the Board of Commissioners, State Board of Commissioners, and then I sat in on the legislative update, which happens every Friday afternoon. So there's some things going on there that I might bring to our attention with the legislature. It is a short session this year, so it'll be over with quickly. First of all, there's the AIC Legislative Conference. I don't know if anybody's going up to that. You going up to that, Amy? I'm not gonna be able to, I'm gonna be out of town, but that's the 25th and 26th, that's next week. And that's run by the AIC, Association of Indiana Counties. The comment that was made in our update on Friday was that a great deal of the short session, the legislative issues, tend to be more around the social issues, education issues, those types of things, and not so much what affects county government. But there are some things that are pending. Eminent domain, there's a bill out there to change the eminent domain structure, if you will, that they're working on that. There was some language in there to increase attorney fees. I think they took that out. But there is some language in there to where if you take property by eminent domain, if it includes a homestead, then the price is 120% of the fair market value rather than 100%. So that's pending. There is a bill by Senator Messmer going back to the wind and solar issue that we dealt with last year. This appears to be strictly an incentive bill, incentivizing counties to adopt state standards. And if they do, I think the number that was thrown out there was like $1 per kilowatt hour of money that would come back to the counties for doing that. So the IA's, Indiana Association of County Commissioners, is tending to support this bill because it is an incentive. It's not a mandate, it's an incentive type program. So that's pending. There's several bills. House Bill 1002 deals with business personal property. There are some Senate bills as well, but the House bill seems to be more organized. Bottom line, there's the idea is, or the feeling is, they would like to get rid of business personal property altogether. I don't know that, especially in this session, that we will go there or that they will go there, but there may be some changes in the exemption allowance, how large the exemption allowance is, what the 30% floor, some of those things, or whether they exempt new property altogether. All of those things are being discussed. There is a program out there that the county is the county commissioners are starting buying into, that the AIM has put together, called
Replace, don't erase.
There you go, thank you. Replace, don't erase. Replace, don't erase. And there was also some mention that we want to be careful, and I agree with this 100%. We want to be careful that when they replace, if they replace, that it doesn't create a large shift in the tax burden. In other words, shifting from taxes on corporations to taxes on individuals. So all of those things, it's very fluid right now. And I think part of that replace, don't erase program is, why are we doing this in a non-budget year? They're asking that question. So it may all get pushed out for another year. I don't know that. The IEDC, Indiana Economic Development Corporation, has there's an agency bill that, and I don't know that I understand this completely, but to develop innovation developmental districts. And as I understand it, this is very similar to a TIF district from the state level, from the state, not local TIF, but a state TIF by the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. And in fact, they could put this district right over the top of a current TIF district and capture the incremental tax benefits from that district over and above what it was prior to putting it on there. So again, that's one to watch out for. I think could affect local agencies. January 25th is the deadline for when the bills plan to flip from one house to the other, from Senate to House, or vice versa. Another thing to watch, I think this could potentially be a big issue. And it's not a legislative issue this year, it's more of a study group. There's a public health study committee headed by Luke Kenley and Christina Fox. And they are going to look at how public health is funded in the state of Indiana. They tell me that we rank 49th in the nation as far as funding public health. Probably 20%, we're funding at a rate of about 20% of what the national average is. I think our funding is averages in the state of Indiana somewhere around $17 per resident. I don't know what we do in DuBois County. I've never figured it that way. I don't know what our funding is here, but that's the state average, and the national average is probably up closer to $75, $80 per resident funding. So there's a movement there to figure out how the state can support increased funding for public health, and I think that's a good thing. But probably coming along with that will be state control or more state control of public health as well. So those two things, in my mind anyway, I think that's probably the direction this is headed. So they're going to spend 2022 in a study, and there won't be any legislative language proposed until 2023 on that. But like I said, that's Luke Kenley and Christina Fox are heading that up, but you might keep your eyes and ears open on that one. Road school registration, that's not legislative, but road school registration. I think hotel registration is open, they told me, even though the conference registration is not yet, I don't believe. So throw that out there. Road school is down to what, 1 day, 2 days this year?
It's Tuesday, Wednesday,
Tuesday, Wednesday.
and then our association meetings on Monday this year instead of Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a week later than usual because
Because of spring break.
they're gonna do it on Purdue's spring break.
Right. I think that's all I have.
Thank you. All right. Looks like Sheriff Kleinhelzer is in attendance, so he's going to talk about a part-time position.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just wanting to, I have a line item in my budget for part-time, and it's been something that we've been contemplating for a good while about whether we are at a need for an extra jail officer that would primarily sit in the control room during the court, the busy times in our jail, the Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. When court is in session, it seems to get overwhelmingly busy with prisoner movement to come to the court, to do the pretrial assessments, everything that's getting thrown on gets thrown on to our jail. And when they're sitting in the control room, which is essentially the brains of the operation, it can get pretty overwhelming in there with the phone calls, the intercoms, prisoner movement. They are in charge of keeping a direct log of all prisoner movements, so that we can go back years and years, to find out what happened on a given day, whether we move them to see an attorney or they get their pretrial assessment done. Any type of prisoner movement gets logged. And sometimes it gets very overwhelming in there throughout the day. When they come back from court, they're getting released. So we've been contemplating whether that's a need or not. And then we discussed about the possibility of adding a part-time position. We have that line item in our budget, and that's going to give us a good feeling whether we need to move full-time with that position, or if we can just do it, we can kind of pinpoint on our busy times and just try to see if that alleviates the need in the control room. Because they're also in charge of constantly watching our cameras for holding cells and any type of movement in the camera system inside and outside the building. And a lot of times when you're on the computer, looking up warrants, on the intercom, on the phone, you're taking away that possibility of something happening on the camera that you're missing. So having that extra person in there to alleviate some of that stress and busyness is what we're hoping to do.
Does the control room staff rotate with people at other stations? So you get
Yes.
like 2 hours or?
Each individual shift has their own set, they do it, but yes, every jailer takes their turn throughout the day in that. And if we were just having a discussion this morning, if the part-time position does get created, it would just be for like 3 to 4 hours a day, and it would probably be that person the whole time. They wouldn't switch. Now, if it became full-time, maybe it's that one person Monday through Friday, but they would just take turns with all the staff. And they would be primarily a jail officer, it's just an extra jail officer, and having another jail officer in that one. But if it's part-time, 3 to 4 hours, I don't think it's a need to keep rotating with the other jail staff on the floor. It would just be that same person. Especially if we did it, like if it was to be a high school senior or somewhere like that, that's 18 years old, that just came in the afternoons or whenever he's available through that ICE program or something like that, then we would just have it in the control room or her.
Currently, if we were to go up to the jail today,
Mhm.
and then we were gonna go in with the deputy that brought somebody that was arrested, we come in and there's someone at the booking, is there 1 or 2 staff at the booking area?
Today there will be 2, yes.
2 there, 1 person in the control room, another.
And then we have our jail commander and assistant jail commander. Yeah.
I was just trying to picture what the staffing looked like.
A couple of, I read your emails and I appreciate the heads up on what you're doing. And in the first email, I was thinking of it in terms of a need, as you expressed, whether or not there's a need. But then when you replied to Chad's email about the pay scale and that sort of thing, you brought into the picture of a potential ICE student, high school student filling this position. I started to question, what's the liability there for not only for the county, but for that individual as well? And I know that you've got others, your cooks, for example. How do your full-time jail staff are trained in such, trained to handle the clientele that you've got there, the prisoners, and how to do that properly and all of that. I don't know what that training process is, but there's something there, I'm sure.
For the cooks?
No, for the
jail staff?
For the jail staff.
Yes.
For the people who are moving inmates, for the, booking inmates and that sort of thing. How would this person be isolated from that? If if they don't have the same level of training, if they're a high school student, and don't have the same level of training, how would this person be separated from, I guess what I'm saying is, if something happened, if something blew up and this person got caught in the middle of it, how would that work?
The control room is, like I said, it's the brains of the building, and they are locked in that room 24/7, 365. Somebody's in that room. And if it's when we talked about this, if it is a high school person that would apply and get the part-time position, they would be, the only time they would be out of that room is to walk to that room.
The restroom facilities?
The restroom is inside that locker room.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
They would not be, I mean, it's been told to every jail officer for as long as I've worked there, and probably longer than that. I don't care what happens on that floor, you stay in that room. You're locked in that room. So if your buddy is out there getting beat on, you're staying in that room because you're the brains. You're the ones calling for help. You don't give up that control room, because you give up that control room, then.
Sure.
So open access to the rest of the facility or outside.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to hire anyone less than 18 years old because that's the jail policy. So they would have to be 18 years old, but they would never be involved with a one-on-one contact with an inmate.
And the reason I brought the cooks up, your cooks are probably in the same situation where they're not involved one-on-one with the
inmates.
Is there always, I would assume there's always a secure door between an inmate and the cooking staff.
Always.
They don't make the deliveries, they don't.
No.
There's no interaction. It's not
There's
like
no
you see on a movie where they're feeding an inmate directly over a thing or.
Right. Like the cooks put it on the cart, the jail staff goes in the kitchen, gets the cart, and then.
And you mentioned a couple of other county jails where they do the similar thing. Are they doing it with?
There's several counties that I had talked to that utilize part-time jail officers as staff, like regular staff. And I am not proposing that at this time.
I suppose unless you have a comment you want to make first, my initial thought is, something I mentioned was the approved pay scale for the council, and I guess whatever we determined here was $12.28 an hour. You have a $20,000 line item that covers cooks and program directors. So we would have to adjust the position, I guess we could say that it's cooks, program directors, or the jail staff.
Yeah, that honestly, I didn't even know that until you read that email, but that would be my,
You'd like that flexibility. If you need a
Yes.
program director, if you need a cook, if you need this person.
Yeah.
I
We
assume
haven't
that's what you
used
want.
that at any time that I've been sheriff. I've never used that in there, but just having that possibility, like, obviously, sometimes a cook gets sick, and we've had our jail staff come in and, do the cooking, and until that falls through, I don't necessarily think we would have to utilize like a part-time cook, but I don't want to just eliminate that because you just never know when you're gonna have to need it.
And I always want to support what you're doing up there. It's a very important county service. And it may be something where it's nothing else, a feeder program, give somebody their feet wet, they can see if
Right.
this is a job that may be something in the future. And I trust that you know what your staff is, and if you don't have an extra staff standing around not doing anything, that could fill the role that you're asking about.
Correct, because on those busy times, the staff there is busy.
Right.
So,
I would be open to approving, if nothing else, a trial period, so you can see if this is something that is a benefit. If it isn't, I'm sure you'll eliminate it.
correct.
There's no need to have somebody sitting around not doing anything. Commissioner Hofstadter?
I don't think I have any problem with it.
Commissioner Brahms?
Yeah, like I said, my biggest concern is the liability for the individual that's moving into that without the, proper training.
Right.
And I understand your point. As long as they're in the control room, they're in a secure area. And I would assume that you would, even moving them to and from the control room, that it would be at a secure time, if you will.
Yes.
And you're talking about the classification, are we talking about LTC2 classification? Is that the wage classification we're talking about here? LTC2.
Is that what the other?
That's the cook. No, it's not the kitchen manager. The kitchen manager is an LTC3.
Right.
The cook is an LTC2.
Is that the part-time? I don't have a book in front of me, I don't know.
This is job classifications here with wages ranges by department, and it's updated 5/24 and 21. It's not a part-time. When you talk about part-time, like out at the park, that's a different.
Right. Well, currently that cook director position has a max pay of $12.28 per hour. If that helps you.
Okay, so this was, 12/28, a max pay?
Max pay $12.28 per hour.
I'm showing a pay range here of 1202 to 1531.
Well, but I mean, for this position, it could be
And
approved
as
anywhere
long as it's
between
in
that range.
there,
In that range, yeah,
but that's what's budgeted in this $20,000.
okay.
Sheriff,
That's
is
the
something you're wanting to
LTC two
move
position.
immediately?
As quickly as possible, yes.
What was your thoughts on the range of pay?
I did some research on local counties that have, and it's everywhere from $12.50 to $16 an hour.
So
So
we're in that right range.
I was thinking probably around the $13 range. I think is what I put in the email, but it's just kind of a guesstimate.
Which 1228 is the max on that line item right now, so the council would have to change it.
Mhm.
I'd move that we approve making an adjustment to that line item to add that it can also be used for part-time jailer work within the same pay range, because that's what's been approved already.
So will that be for anybody in that line item then, or will there be differences?
What do you mean?
If we're gonna use that line item and change that line item to a max of, let's say, 13,
No, I'm not
Can we-
changing the wage range. That would be.
so they're capped at 1228?
Right. And if he finds that, wow, this is insufficient, we're not getting any action.
The budget is capped at 1228. The wage classification though,
Well, it's just on the salary orders, they put a max of 1228.
okay.
Basically, I'm saying we're gonna, only change we're gonna make is allow it to be used for a third option. So now he can use it for cooks, program directors, or jail assistant.
Okay.
Is that a good term for the
Yeah.
person, jailer assistant?
And that's called an LTC what?
But see, it's an LTC two. But this shows the wage range of 1202 to 1531. Now the
1228's in there.
1228's in there, yes. So what you're saying is the council has further created the cap for that position.
Which they do a lot of the times they cap.
Okay. Yeah, it's an LTC two.
Or Commissioner Bramas, I'm happy to hold this off for 2 weeks if you want to look at it further, and we can talk with human resources or anything.
You know, that's where the cook is at. That's the wage classification that the cook is in. I don't see a program director here, but.
I think they got rid of the program director when they got rid of,
Yes,
what's her name?
yeah,
Can't remember her name.
I'm not sure either.
So I'm good
And
with
Kenya
that
was full-time, so
classification.
they got rid of the part-time.
I'm good with that classification.
Okay.
So they probably-
So just for my knowledge though, if, let's just say, not that I'm thinking of it, but if we did hire a part-time program director, does that mean the same thing? Like they're paying 1228 or less, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Well, there's a range of probably the minimum, right?
Well, that's the max pay that the salary ordinance set. is
Again, that's a
1228.
salary ordinance.
12, right,
That's a salary ordinance. Now
but it could be less.
that's subject to change, right?
Now, if they wanted to go higher, they'd have to do that salary increase program or whatever, because that's what they set it at.
But then they get a raise
Right.
like per year or whatever.
Like this maximum was 1192 last year.
Okay, yeah. But you can hire someone less
You
than,
can hire him 1150 an hour.
As long as you went to 1202, that's the bottom.
okay. 1202 to
That's the salary.
1228 right now?
Yeah, I mean, this position's funded at the bottom of the range.
Okay.
So is there any action you believe the board needs to take other than creating a modification to the current position?
No, because the rest would be the council's.
Okay.
I mean, you could do it, if you're gonna hire them for 1228 right now and they add this to the line item, you're fine. We'll just have the council add this name to that line item.
And I'm assuming when the budget was done, that position probably didn't change at all because there was no.
It wasn't being used. It just got its 5% increase and that was it.
Yeah.
Or 3%, sorry, 3% increase.
So I'll go ahead and make that motion that we modify this line item to include a jail assistant part-time to be used within that budget.
I'll say,
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. You let us know how it goes.
I will.
Anything else you want to share about your operations or anything going on up on the hill?
Got a roof on, cells are, set,
All of them?
all of them. All of them they did that in 2 days. Last week was pretty neat to see. I don't know if I know that you were there. I'm
I've
not
been
sure.
there since then. I wasn't there when they set it, but I've been there since then, yes.
Pretty neat operation watching them come
Some
in.
hauling in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the roof on and, hopefully, well, most out of the weather right now, so they should,
When I was there was a little section on the, what is that, the west side?
on the west side, yeah.
Is that covered now?
Pretty much. There's still a little section, but pretty much. So once they get all that done, they should have free reign on the inside. I know I think we got a construction meeting tomorrow morning, right?
This week.
Is it this week?
I think it is this week.
Yeah. So I don't make it out, honestly, I don't make it walk back there every day because it's, I just don't have time every day, but I try to get back there several times.
I'll just share a comment that was made there by somebody I was touring with. And this is a compliment to the contractors, I think. And they were talking about the various materials staged there on the floor of the building and how organized everything appears to be. And,
Yeah.
that sometimes you don't see that on every job.
We got some wonderful contractors back there, I know that. Easy to work with.
Good. All right, thank you,
All
Sheriff.
right, thank you guys.
All right, downtown revitalization interlocal agreement discussion. We've had some draft copies going back and forth. I think we have a final draft for our consideration today.
That is correct. I've been working with the city attorney, Ms. Kabrick, on this. The last couple of edits that were made yesterday, I don't remember, morning or afternoon, the city was in agreement with those changes. What we'd be looking for here today would be more or less it's not in its final form because we obviously need to get to the council to get dollar figures. But the commissioners could approve the interlocal agreement pending the financials being provided by the council, and then we would execute it after that, is what I was thinking. And I did print another one. I don't know if you need that necessarily or.
Might as well, I'd like to see it. I'll scan it real quick. Thank you.
She's in agreement.
I think I've seen all of the various updates in the final form that you put together, and I appreciate the work that you put into that this weekend, Greg. When you called me Saturday morning. and
You were working on it,
Sunday
too?
And I was down in Madisonville, Kentucky when you called me Saturday.
A few people in there, there were a number of calls, so I'm grateful to all of you answering.
I quit printing and looking because you guys were going back and forth faster than
That
I
would
could.
make sense. That's fun.
Would it be fair to say a quick summary is that the city will be paying for all services, all design and construction costs? And then the county will be contributing a lump sum to be determined that will more than cover those costs. And then any additional then is a contribution to the total project.
That's correct.
By the
So
county.
the ask of the city is obviously that we, at a minimum, cover actually, from the city's probably greater than a minimum of our own expenses. But the give would, at a minimum, cover all of the county's incurred costs. Right now, we just have estimates on those. And in speaking with the council president, that anything that would exceed the actual cost of that was a contribution, would be contributed to the project as a whole. Commissioner Browns, could I ask, would you mind tweaking those blinds a little bit? I can barely see.
No My
blinded by the
silhouette.
I opened those yesterday.
I know it's you over
I'm assuming numbers.
there. Thank you.
I think he's okay with it. Commissioner Bromas, you're okay with the draft, or would you like to review it?
It's the same one you sent out.
It is, yes.
Okay, then I'm okay with it.
Any other discussion necessary on the interlocal agreement?
No.
All right, well, I don't know that it's necessary. I don't know that we should approve it before the council approves it. So I guess.
Just from a bidding perspective, because I think, the plan is that it's going to bid, I believe, in February, with a contract to be awarded in March. And it'll be completed within 385 days from the date of commencement, with the break between November and January, roughly, during the holidays for the downtown merchants. I think that some action from the board would be appropriate, knowing that we don't know what that number is going to be necessarily, but that's, I think, entirely up to the council at this point. That or we're waiting then until the first meeting in February to sign off on it, which is 2 weeks after the council meets.
I think the city would like to have a commitment real quickly here, and part of that's been a little bit of the frustration. All of a sudden here at the end, it's all kind of, we need it now, I think. But I think they would like to have some kind of a commitment. I guess the final construction document or design, the final design is coming in today, maybe.
Today, I believe.
Today,
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
And then they're going to, over the next 4 weeks, advertise pre-construction meeting or pre-bid meeting or something like that, not pre-construction, but pre-bid meeting and so forth over the next month, and then let open bids, as you said, sometime in early March.
Correct.
So, yeah, my recommendation is that we approve the language of the agreement pending the dollar amount, and I think we could even make a recommendation to the council if we want as to what that dollar amount could be. Or we can just leave it in their hands, I guess. We've done that before, haven't we?
I suppose the only thing I was thinking is we probably each have a dollar figure in mind that we think would be acceptable. Possibly, I don't know if you do or not. What if the council came back and they said it was $5 million they were going to put towards it? We may not agree to that, but we've already signed off. And then on the other hand, I'm thinking, I know the council, I know they're responsible.
Yeah.
Whatever they make a determination on, I'm going to be okay with. That's their job. I want to stay in my own lane. So I guess I'm on both sides of this.
Can we put a not to exceed?
But then again, then we're getting in their lane, I guess.
Yeah.
So I suppose I'm okay with the language of the agreement. If they did make a decision that I didn't agree with, well, tough, that's not my job. Right, I mean, I think that's kind of how things work. That's their job to determine what the county can and should afford. And we'll get us into the project and they can determine at what level.
I think I agree with that. Our job is to determine whether or not we agree with the construction process and how that's all moving forward. And how our facility will be, the changes to our facility will be handled and moving forward. So that's our job, to make sure that we get those things in line. And, the reverse could be true. We could agree to all of this, and then the council says, we have no money to put to this. Well, then, then the city starts all over and says, all right, we're no longer going to do the ramp. We're no longer going to do the parking lot. We're no longer going to do any of those things. So
It's like any project that we would come up with. If they decide not to fund it, then the project dies. Commissioner Hostetter, any comment? Okay. I move that we consent to sign the interlocal agreement once it is fully completed by the county council at the next meeting.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Let's go ahead and have Mr. Young come up. We're a couple minutes early, but I think there'll be a crowd of people waiting here. How are you today, sir?
Not bad.
Good.
So I've got some fleet statements here for you. So just wanted to come today to kind of discuss the ambulance fleet. So the top page is the 2009 ambulance. That's the one that's going to be replaced. So kind of issues we're running into is when I took over the role back in March or May, whenever it was. I was told that we had an ambulance on order and it would be here in the fall, which has kind of been put off, and now it's in March. So as you can see, I kind of put those in order of years. So the top page is the one that's getting replaced. The next two are 2000.
This is the one being replaced by the one we're
Yes.
waiting on.
Correct.
Okay.
The next two pages are 2012 ambulances, both of which have 300,000+ on them. So today, I guess I'm coming to ask, can we go ahead and start the process of whatever that be, bidding or specs or whatever? Because right now, the industry standard is when you place the order, it's at least 400 days before you're going to receive. So we're not looking at something that is going to be in this year's budget. We're looking at something that would be in the 2023 budget. But in order to get that process and get that started and having the 400-day plus delivery date, I want to be more proactive and not reactive and waiting till one of these 2012 ambulances has an issue and then we're sitting without one. If that makes sense.
So they're taking how much longer?
The industry standard right now, they're telling me about anywhere from a year to a year and a half time frame. Once you place an order for one, that's the amount of time it's taking to get the chassis in, get it built, get everything set up on it.
So historically, I believe, and board, you can tell me if I'm incorrect here, we had a 5-year plan that this will be replaced this year. This is what we, how we plan to move forward for budgeting purposes. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then we buy them on that schedule. Are you, I'd have to look at what our last schedule was, but are you wanting to replace both of these?
I would just start with one to start with.
Okay, and is it the first one it costs less in maintenance, but
It's got more miles, yeah.
So I didn't know if one of them was more of a problem child than the other one.
Not that I know of at this point, but as you build for a year, we may figure that out, but we may have to change,
Yeah, I guess there's nothing saying that at the end of, whatever comes in, we get rid of whichever one's worse at that time. It's gonna be a long.
I think I wasn't involved in the 5-year plan, but I do know that there was a plan, but I think that kind of got pushed off because the two that got replaced were newer trucks because they were involved in accidents. So I think that's where we're kind of behind here with the 2012s.
Sandy, how does it work on the council side with the acquisition of ambulances and their payment?
We'd have to do an additional. I mean, they'd have to order it. Once you order it, you can encumber the funds from year to year. But he doesn't have any. Right now, the only thing we have budgeted for is the one we're still waiting for.
Right.
And that's what helps.
Yes, that's been encumbered.
So to give Mr. Young some guidance here, how have we done this in the past with bidding these? And in the past, we haven't done anything. We've accepted the bids, we've reviewed them, and then we've made a determination.
Yeah, and I have no idea how that process works.
Right.
So that'll be the other thing.
It'd be a learning process probably for both of us.
you probably have to come up with an estimated cost of
So to meet a spec to start with, basically.
something. Yeah, you have to have specs and then you put those out to bid.
Okay.
And you hope you budgeted enough
Right.
for those specs.
If,
I don't know who she worked with, I don't,
Well, I would assume the company that we're getting this new ambulance through would be who we would go back to and look through that.
I was gonna say,
that's more of a,
As far as getting those specs, I know did you have on any of those? I thought
I think we spoke a little bit about as far as the truck.
the truck itself, right, not how it's fitted or anything, but the type, the model, what it should be, or.
I'm sure she's got something on file, but I don't know if it was just one specific vendor that she dealt with as far as the box itself.
Right.
The ambulance, but yeah, I think there was, we had a discussion on the chassis itself, so.
Would there be a state agency that would have anything along those lines, recommendations?
Well, I think the state leads you to what has to be on the trucks, but I don't think there's a per se for what the chassis has to be or what the box has to be or anything like that. There's regulations from a standpoint of what has to be on it, and then what from a standpoint of the lighting and I guess is that OSHA requirements or whatever the requirements would be, but I mean that's pretty standard for all the builds, no matter who you go with.
Okay.
I think it's wise to start the process now.
Yeah.
Before we need it. I'm not disagreeing with that. We just need to find the right way of going through the bidding and whatever we're supposed to do. What I can do, I can probably go walk in the other room now and get my ambulance folder and see what was turned into us previously for our review and see if that is of any help to you.
I think you'd have to come up with the specifications and then go from there. But how she did that, I don't know.
I would anticipate a long wait.
Right, that's what he was
Yeah,
saying,
that's
400 days.
Yeah, so actually, once you place the order, it's about 400 plus days before you would receive receipt of the actual ambulance. So just trying to be a little more proactive and not wait till something happens and then we're, a year and a half out.
I think in a lot of cases right now, from what we're seeing, chassis delays are really big.
Yeah. The one we have on order was supposed to be done in the fall, and now they're telling me March. So
So the process is to develop the specs, put it out for bid, but before you put it out to bid, you have to appropriate the money, is that right, Sandy?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Develop the specs, and then before it goes out to bid, the money has to be appropriated, right? But it won't be, encumbered won't be spent until a year later. So
Well,
that's
once
why
you
this-
order it, then I can encumber it into next year.
Yeah.
You can't order it without having the money in place, but then you can carry the money across
carry
once
the
you
money
order,
across, yeah.
because then you're under contract.
So that's what happened with the last one. There was a special appropriation
Yes.
to order it, and then it was carried forward into the next year. I mean, it's always an additional appropriation when we order an ambulance. It's never built into the budget up front.
So I had an older version, if you'd like to see what that looks like. But that's just for budgeting purposes, that one.
Is that public, is that permanent record somewhere in your office or somewhere, Sandy, that what specification, what the bids look like? What the, all the bids look like?
I can look, I don't,
I didn't know if that was some kind of permanent record.
I would think I would think His office has
I guess my question is this something that's different, or I should put that in because it shows these are the two ambulances here that are 11s for fiscal first, second quarter of fiscal 2021 and third, fourth quarter of 2021.
Yeah, so the same what we're talking about with this. I guess with this, at least we know when we're, when they're coming, I mean, so yeah, it's what you there. Yeah, so yeah, probably should have been further else already, but we, like you said, this is from 17, so we've already had replacements since then already, and that may have changed how we move forward. Strategic budget goals.
It just seems like we always have an ambulance on order. Doesn't it?
Which would make sense to replace one every so many years, right? Every 5 years.
Yeah, well, we have 7 total, so that's kind of.
Yeah, I've got a
And
couple.
that doesn't help when they get wrecked in between.
Yeah, that's the problem. Had those two, or had we wrecked the older ones, then we wouldn't, it always works out that way where it doesn't seem like it.
And where does this money come from? QCAP. And is there funds there?
I'm assuming there is. Okay.
I would, I guess what I would,
Where does it come from?
QCAP, usually.
I would tell him, I'd like to tell him that we support what he's doing, but we have to get the process. And we do have, and what I showed him there was we did have from 2017, a strategic budget goal that, and the 2 ambulances that he's talking about today were in the budget to be first half of 2021 and second half of 2021 for the second one. So both were in the planning stages for that.
In the plan, yeah,
Mr. Sheriff, is there a statute that guides that says this is how you replace a vehicle of this nature, or?
I don't know the answer to that or not. When I was thinking about putting the spec together and going to the prior provider, I'm not saying that's not appropriate, but I would caution you only to the extent that they could spec it in a way that would give them an unfair advantage, and that's what we want to avoid. Versus going to our historical records and saying, if we had these same minimums within our specs this time around, would that work? I would start with our own existing files. And I know, again, from the chassis standpoint, the highway department's not putting them on the mark, but they can assist in that too, and they have in the past. Okay. But as far as the box and the contents, I would defer first to our last year or the year before. I know you guys have been talking about that.
When did we start?
Was it right before you? Was it in January?
I wasn't involved in any of the specs.
But again, whether we have them in the auditor's office or they're in the files with you, that bid packet and information should be somewhere.
In short, we don't know the process. It's been presented to us, and we will support the purchase of a new ambulance. I'm sure it's gonna be higher than what was on that pricing, but it's gonna be what it costs. And I don't know, I'm not giving you very good information here.
I'm happy to discuss it. If you look into those things and they'll come up with something, then we'll figure out what the next steps are together on it. Okay?
You have connections with Pike County, for example.
Right.
You can see what they do, maybe if they have experience that we don't.
Sure.
Is there something else I can do to help? Please contact me or Mr. Schneider. We'll have to get through this and we'll get the process in line.
I'll look if we have anything that would be really great. I don't.
Anything else you want to share with us about your ambulance service?
No, I think it's just healthcare in general is staffing issues. So that's what we're still running into that. I do have a company coming in, hopefully this week. They're supposed to contact back with me to do the audit on the billing process and seeing if there's revenue that we're leaving on the table. So that will hopefully start this week. And they're going to review a year's worth and then come back and then give us a report on what we can do better to improve our revenue. Whether that's changing billing companies or what we do. I know Pike had a lot of success with this company, and so Gibson County went with this company, and they're having success as well, getting better reimbursement. So if that's the case, then hopefully we can better reimbursement, drive the subsidy down, and it's a win-win for both of us.
Because there's nothing better or easier than collecting what's already owed to you. Instead of trying to collect new revenues or anything like that, this is stuff that's owed, or maybe we overspent or didn't get collected on.
Right. And a lot of it sometimes is just, you know, the game play with the insurance companies of this wasn't documented, that wasn't documented. So if we can go back and document it and then resubmit it, then they'll pay for it. So those type things that I think are things that maybe we weren't doing that we could do to increase our revenue and hopefully save some money on the subsidy in your guys' court. So hopefully that will start in the next week or two. And then we'll, once that happens, once we get the report back, then I'll bring it back to you guys and let you know what the report actually showed.
That'd be good. So, anything else? Yeah, so, thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Have new business card, we just print those. So don't
Who's
lose
that? Got four.
That's good. Thank you.
Steve, I appreciate you getting that in about the trees
We had to get the second truck out there, but it was
Yeah. Yeah, it came out of that dead tree there.
We'll get the machines together. I got it on the double.
He's gonna come back over here.
He said it was weird because he didn't notice it until.
I hadn't noticed this,
Together.
going up to Stoker that morning to return to the luncheon, and Phil called me. Okay, I hadn't noticed it going on. You know, I got things on the line, you know, so the trees have been moved out. But, yeah. Good.
All right, the boys penny tour. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I reached out to the tourism in December and asked if they could come in and kind of give us an update on what they've been doing, what they're up to for 2022. Here we are.
I'm gonna pass these out here.
Sure, thank you.
You?
I do have an extra. Would you like one as well? Well, I think I know everyone here. I'm Whitney Lubers, the Executive Director of Du Bois County Tourism.
And Chad reached out to me and kind of wanted to hear where we're at direction-wise and the new things that are going on with tourism. So I kind of wanted to come present to you all and kind of let you know what's going on. So the first thing is I kind of wanted to give the most up-to-date tourism economic impact numbers. So we go through Rockport Analytics. They acquire all this data for us. So the latest numbers we have are 2019 numbers. So in 2019, tourism spending had an economic impact of a total of $96.6 million for Du Bois County. So with that, it is the 9th largest industry in the county, 8th if you don't include government in those categories. If tourism didn't exist, each of the families in Du Bois County would have to pay additional $534 to a year in taxes to maintain the current levels of state and local government services. And with that 96.6 million, 45 cents on the dollar does stay in Du Bois County. So that's $43.9 million directly that stays in Du Bois County. So I did put kind of a tourism report card on here to kind of show where we're at in relationship to the rest of the state. We are number 15 out of 92 in tourism spend per capita. We did have a great growth in comparison to 2018. So we had a 6.1% growth in tourism spending. So in 2018, we were at 91.1 million, and now it's 96.6. And that 6.1%, there's actually a breakdown showing where we stand with other people. So in Indiana, as a whole, they saw a 4.1% increase. Indianapolis showed a 4.5% increase. So we did have a bigger increase than those different areas. In Indiana as a whole, we are, standing above them. I did kind of just want to do roughly to kind of show where we were historically for the tourism spend. So that little gold box there, you can see that we've had an increase in tourism spend of 8.3% since 2017, 17.8% from 2015. 2014, we've seen a 31.9% increase, and 2013 is 48.6% increase. So I just kind of want to show you the last 6 years, kind of those increases. Pretty significant to see that we went from $65 million in 2013 for tourism spend to $96.6 million. So that's pretty big jumps. So we're very excited about that growth, and we want to continue that growth. We did have some challenges in 2020, obviously. We had the pandemic, challenges with the pandemic. And with that, we are funded through innkeeper's tax. And without the stays, we did see a decrease in total revenue by 38%. So it was kind of, let's cut back where we can. We did keep our advertising dollars the same, and we cut back in all like the meals and meetings markets and different things like that. So we cut where we could in order for us to withstand the pandemic. So with that, we also did a reduction of staff, and it kind of lined up nicely with Kevin Namely's retirement. So we just held off on the hiring of a third staff member. So we've been 2 staff members since the pandemic, and excited to say that we are looking to hire and kind of fill that third position once again, so we can get back to having 3 employees working towards bringing tourism to our area and increasing tourism spending.
And you said that's happening currently, right?
Yes.
I think I saw an ad.
Yep, actually on the back side here, you'll see our ad. And I do, if you know of anyone that would be a good fit, please let them know. Have them reach out to me if they have any questions. We really want to fill that with someone that can bring some new energy to our organization and some new ideas, and just hit the ground running with them. We did have, with the 2020 pandemic, we did go through some different marketing tactics. So we focused on outdoor recreation, things that you could do that's 6 feet away, and kind of keep continuing the travel to our area, as well as we put together an event task force, and we try to kind of give them guidelines, people that host events, and coordinate with those event leaders to see how we can still have events with the pandemic happening. So we put a lot of, a big committee together, and we have actually that on our website for those different event leaders, as well as some other pertinent information for them. So I'll kind of go over some different focus areas that we are currently focusing on. So with that, we are in a different stage where we need to develop new key performance indicators. So with the pandemic, we saw a huge reduction in the group market. We're trying to get that group market back up. There's a lot of group organizers and group companies that didn't withstand. So we had to get those new contacts, and we had to really target them, and we had to figure out what those key performance indicators will be, because websites completely different these days. We actually rely on Google a lot, and we worked with Google campaigns, but we can't really compare what visitor performance we had in 2017, 2018, or pre-pandemic or anything like that. So right now we're kind of working on that strategic plan and where we can find those key performance indicators so that we can measure our growth in those different categories. We can, of course, see easily the innkeeper's revenue that's generated in the overnights, and we use STR data to see how many rooms are booked in our county every month. And we're seeing increases there, actually. The first, in 2021, we started out the year a little depressed because January through April, we were still feeling the effects of the pandemic. And then we started seeing May numbers look pretty good. June was great. July, we had a record July. And then we've been having records since then for overnight stays. So we're very hopeful that this is going to be the new pattern. And we did have some new hotels that joined pre-pandemic. So now we can kind of see where those are going to fall at in our budget and how we can really push our budget further to bring more overnights to our area in tourism spending. So that is something that we are working on, is just strategic planning and finding those performance indicators. Something very exciting in the visitor experience enhancements is that we are going to be moving. So right now we are in the south side of the museum. We've been there way before my time in the 90s, since the 90s. We struggled because we haven't been receiving the visitation that we'd like to see. I know in Strassenfest during the August time period, I know they had record attendance from outside visitors, and we only saw 2 groups of individuals during that time period, that whole week of Strassenfest. And that just went to show that I don't think the visitors are finding us. They're not using us where we're at. And so we took a hard look at that. And through holding off on filling our 3rd employee staff person, we were able to have some budget dollars to put towards a move and as well as we filled out some different grants. Du Bois County Community Foundation have been an awesome partner for us. And so we are also hoping for some ready funds. We applied for a grant there, and I know we are in a consideration with the final rounds here. So we'll see what that comes to. But we're going to be moving our offices to where the Adventures Recreation and Gear building was. It's the Young Properties. It's going to be right near, like there's ACE fencing, a gap, and then it's going to be our operations. It's, and with it being tucked in the corner, the owner of the building, Derek Young, is allowing us to have access for signage on the pet store quarter right there so that we can put visitor center down it and be easy to see off of 3rd Street. So that was kind of a mandatory thing for us to move there because we didn't want to be overlooked again. So that's something very exciting, and we're in the process of hoping for March type of time period. So it's coming up very quickly. We've been really working towards that goal. Wayfinding signage definitely needs updated. They're looking pretty rough and needs a new finish. That's been a conversation piece in the project that we need to get kind of going and outlined this year. So that's definitely a focus area. The visitors kiosk we're redesigning. We have kiosks in these different areas in the communities, and they've gotten very rough. And so we've decided to change our tactics there. So right now we've had a kiosk that what was in it was kind of permanent, but we're going to be changing that out, and it's going to be a new. It's going to be kind completely metal, and so that we don't have to worry about the glass collecting dirt as well as breaking glass and weird UV things happening to the glass. And we're going to be changing that out annually. It'll be go along with the look of our visitor guide, annual visitors guide. So I'm kind of excited about that, and that we'll never have an outdated look again moving forward. So that's something that we are working on. And then distribution of literature, we want to keep on getting our visitors guide distributed. We get those on Thursday is when our visitors guides are supposed to come in for 2022. So right around the corner.
When do you plan on moving?
March 9th. So we have the contract signed. Construction has begun. I've been meeting with different, like Monday I'm meeting with today, and different things like that to kind of move that forward. You'll see it if you drive by there. You'll see the walls up. It's exciting. And my sister, she has an interior design background, and she provided her service pro bono for me with my very many questions I have, and she put a floor plan together that I'm just very excited about. Kimball International, they have been a great partner for us in helping us with furniture. So they have been donating some furniture for us to fill that office space as well. So it's been a definitely collaborative effort with the community, and something I feel very blessed that we live in an area that does collaborate and help out with those different types of moves.
I know your main focus was to have more visibility, but how about space? You have more space, comparable space, or?
It's actually more space. It is more space. Well, I'll say more comparable. I did forget that we shared the restroom. We had different things we shared that wasn't in the square footage that we were at now. But this will be more, slightly more space, but we'll have our own restroom area. And then we really want it to be where visitors come, they can kind of, there's going to be some nice areas to sit and just really relax while we tell them what they can do and help fill their trip. And then tell them so many ideas is the goal, that they'll either want to stay longer or they want to book more space. So that's kind of what we want to do, is we want to see what the person's interest is and really help enhance their stay and think of us more often. So that's kind of a goal of ours. We are working on a website reboot. So in 2018, we put together a new website. Mainly, we had to. Google Analytics, they changed the way that we were being ranked. We had a very elaborate, wonderful website that I loved from 2013 on, and then our Google rankings dropped dramatically in 2017. This was not being shown. So we had to do a new website, otherwise we would just be forgotten about completely. So we did do a reboot in 2018. We're still in 2018. We did a new website, and now it's time for a reboot already, because it's just not doing what we wanted to do, and we're going to really be working towards that goal of having a more enhanced website and something that really helps with visitor experiences as well. We are doing a digital audit. We are working with 26 Digital. That's what they are known for, is to kind of see where we stand. So we want to do an audit, see where we're at with our retargeting campaigns, our social media campaigns, our YouTube videos and campaigns, the website itself, and kind of see where we're at and they're going to actually prioritize the things that they think we need to work on first. And then we're going to go at. So we're very excited about this. 26 Digital, they amaze me. Anytime I hear them speak, they are just the most knowledgeable I've heard in the industry about them. So we're very excited about that audit that's going to be taking place in the March, April time period. We still will be doing the social media and behavioral targeting campaigns. We do like to use a similar look for our advertisements for the year. So what you see in the visitors guide, you're going to see that type of look, and not necessarily I should say visitors, because we do target outside this area for our campaigns, which I think some people they don't see what we're doing because it's not the target audience for those. Tournaments and promotions. We're going to continue doing our sports marketing. We are going to try to build more tournaments, deal with those different conversations about filling our baseball fields, which have been filled year over year, but we just want to make sure that continues. And then also golf, we participate in many golf shows, and Sultan's Run just actually received a great award with being listed in the top 50 in the US, and they're going to be doing a big press release about that. So that's to be coming, but it's amazing that we have that level of golf in our area, and I think we need to focus our efforts there. We do advocacy campaigns. So like what I'm doing today is I'm kind of presenting to you all to see what we're doing. We also do an Every Door direct mailer that goes to every resident in Du Bois County. And with that, we have a letter that says, please tell your friends and family what we have going on. Let's build excitement. Let's see what we, be a tourist in your own backyard, see what's going on, go to the events. And word of mouth is still one of the top ways that we hear visitors are hearing about us. So we want to help spread that word of mouth. We do want to start having lodging meetings and hotelier meetings. It's something we've done in the past, but we didn't get the participation. And I'm still trying to get some responses, and I'm hoping that I get enough responses with those lodging entities to have those sit downs again, because I think that was nice, and it'd be nice to bring back to have those different meetings. So we are looking to bring that back, as well as we want to continue and build relationships with our many tourism partners. I have a long list there of our partners that we work closely with. So that's Southern Indiana Regional Marketing Co-op, Explore Southern Indiana, Patoka Lake Area Year Round, Indiana Tourism Association, Redevelopable Jasper Action Coalition, Radius, Downtown Merchants, Du Bois Strong. And the Du Bois Strong, we are actually on the board as well as the marketing board. So we wear two hats with the Du Bois Strong there. Indiana State Festivals Association, Indiana Destination Development Co-op, Corporation, and then Indiana Foodways Alliance, Heart of Jasper, Destination Huntingburg, League Stadium Committee, and both Chambers of Commerce's. So we are very heavily involved within these organizations. And we'd like to continue that to make sure that we are working together to reach those goals. And we also want to make sure that people know about us and we can be a resource for new events and new projects and help in any way we can. DC Multisport, that is a house underneath Visit Du Bois County. It's our way of having a sports commission. So with that, people can have sporting events without having to have those different insurance plans and different things in place. We do put on multiple events through the year. Throughout the organization, we have had people reach out to us to help them as well, put on some different events. So the newest addition was probably the pickleball tournament that we had this September with the new pickleball courts. But then we also do like the Heartland Half Marathon and events tied with that. The Du Bois County Youth Triathlon, the Parkland 6-hour endurance run, as well as we do like cabin fever hikes, the yoga, different things like that. So we're trying to kind of build not only a healthier community, because if you have a healthy community, people enjoy seeing that and visiting, but also we want to give back. So all those events are tied with the charitable giving as well. And I'm probably speaking too long, so I'll try to go a little faster, sorry. I did have some past and future projects and new events. This is kind of a list that we've been continuing. So if you've seen a presentation by us before, you've probably seen these lists, but some new exciting ones I'll just kind of go over quickly was obviously the Cultural Center, the Alexander Schoolhouse. We've had Rally Point events come in and bring some top level events with the rodeo and concert that they had at the fairgrounds, and they're going to be bringing that back as well. And then also the Red, White, and Brown Music Fest, Country Music Fest. And then, of course, Heart of Jasper is a new organization that's bringing a lot of events that I sit on as advisory member. And Destination Huntingburg Forest Fridays. We've had worked closely with Patoka Lake to bring fishing back up to par. So we've been working with them with fish habitats, as well as we worked with the Indiana Bass Federation about helping them restock some fish. And then Sultan's Run for future prospects and products. Sultan's Run has some amazing things that they'll be doing. They are putting in boutique hotels, 2 different properties of boutique hotels. They have cabins, a lodging cabin, as well as they're going to be bringing in a sports entertainment facility for virtual indoor golf and things like that they can do. On the back, I did just kind of want to mention staff members. It's myself and Jessica Lindauer. If you know Jessica, she's from Ferdinand area, wonderful person. And then I have a list of board members on here as well. So there are board members there. And our mission statement is to invite people to be our guests, encourage them to stay and to return again, And this is accomplished by showcasing our heritage, highlighting our family-oriented destinations, building cooperation with surrounding communities, and spreading our welcoming spirit, thus enhancing the social and economic growth of the area. So that's our mission. Any questions?
That's a lot.
Very good though. Very informative.
If anyone has any questions at any time, or if you guys have any feedback you'd like to give us, please just reach out. We're open to any and all feedback, and we want to really make sure that we're doing good things for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So, I think I may have had questions, but
Somewhere in there, there was an answer.
I'll have to ponder what I just took in. So, yeah, there's a lot going on there. That was informative.
It was very good.
All right. Marky, are you here to talk about the court interpreter, or is someone from the court, or?
Well, I think the courts are here, so we'll let them handle what their request is, and then just from the Purdue Extension side, they're using an employee. We just want to probably, yeah, we'll just go ahead. You guys handle.
Several of us here. Of course, I'm Judge McCollum from Superior Court. Judge Verkamp, I think, is here for this as well. Prosecutor Anthony Quinn, Chief Probation Officer Jenny Lampert. And I think we had talked in our some of our JRAC meetings, which is our Justice Reinvestment Committee, and with things kind of ongoing, I think we feel like it's time that we get a full-time interpreter. It's something that we have trouble. In the past, we've relied on Sister Mary Judith Flagg, who is a nun at St. Joseph's, and she is 80 years old. She is getting ready to go on a trip to Haiti, I believe, but she's going to be gone for a short while. And we're finding ourselves in need of a court interpreter. There have been others that have participated in that, but I think we're finding that they're not necessarily reliable, or that we feel like we need someone who can do that full time as opposed to having people come in when their schedule suits them. As far as Purdue Extension is concerned, I have been using someone from the Purdue Extension here for maybe a few weeks. Basically, that's been on a voluntary basis. There was some discussion had by telephone as to how are we going to arrange that person's pay and whatnot going forward. And we were told that we can't have someone who is a contract employee, or I guess an independent contractor as well as an employee. And the other problem that we run into is that the person that we've used out there is a full-time employee there and is getting 35 hours through Purdue Extension. Therefore, we would have a situation where we would need them, say, for a jury trial, where they would have to work 3 or 4 days straight. They'd go well over their 40 hours, and so that'd be an issue as far as their pay. So, I think what we're looking at or proposing is maybe establishing a new position with the county where we could get an interpreter that would interpret for both courts, the prosecutor's office, the probation department, and then also be available for any other department in the county, on an as-needed basis. We know that we need them fairly regularly for the courts and probation, and I'll let each of the folks involved in the justice system address individually if they would like to what they believe their needs are. But we know that we have a need there, and we know that we have a need to have someone who is more or less available on our schedule as opposed to their schedule. And it can be, someone that we can rely on. courts in the state of Indiana have certain requirements that they would like for our interpreters to meet. In the past, they have not met those standards, but there's certain certifications that they have to meet and to be actually certified. And I think in the long run, that would be the best bet if it was someone who was certified, and then we'd have no question. That's another thing that's kind of a concern is there's we have different levels of interpreters. Some are very good, some are not so good. And so, just depending on the situation, we don't always have an ideal situation there. So essentially, I guess we're asking to start the discussion about having a full-time interpreter for the county. And I think we're open to discussion as far as, what that would look like in terms of pay and hours and benefits and things of that nature. But we want to get that discussion started, and the sooner the better. Because quite frankly, right now, I don't have an interpreter for my court. And I know the one that Judge Verkamp has used has helped us out a few times, but I know that at the same time, I think he indicated that she had a week full of things scheduled and canceled on it here this week or so. So that's what we're here to talk about, I guess. And as far as my court is concerned, I have traffic court every Thursday afternoon, usually starting at 3:00, and I would say normally almost week in and week out, we have 3, 4, or 5 Hispanic or Spanish-speaking individuals. What we had tried to do when we were using the interpreter from Purdue Extension was to try to do things on Monday mornings and Fridays, as well as that Thursday afternoon. And but the numbers vary. I think we could probably work it out in such a way that we could schedule so that they might be in circuit court certain days, superior court certain days, probation certain days, and then on those particular days or hours that they're not in one of those roles, that they could float to wherever they would be needed in the county. If someone comes in, for instance, to the recorder's office and doesn't speak English and has questions, that they could have an office here in the annex and run over there and interpret, or the health department or whatever the case might be. So, and I don't know if that's something that, we could maybe send out a survey or something to gauge the amount of interest in other offices in the county. But I think as far as we're concerned, at least, there's definitely a need there. So I'll sit down for a minute, let somebody else talk, and if you have questions.
Before you sit down, within your courtroom, because we had this in the JRAC meeting before, what was the difference between, let's say I'm bilingual versus someone who's court certified? How does that happen? Or how does someone become someone that's court certified, and when is that mandatory?
There is training through state court administration that they would have to follow through, and then testing to be certified. And then if they are certified, there are certain rules that they have to follow. There are rules set out in our state court rules as far as they have to essentially follow all the disciplinary rules and things of that nature, like a judge or an attorney would, to make sure that they're interpreting accurately and fully, and following all of those rules as far as conflicts and things of that nature.
Is it ever beneficial to have it? I know it from our conversations before that it's not like there's dozens of folks that are court certified that we can just hire somebody or even get them on call.
Yeah, I think that would be the ultimate goal. I think we could probably hire someone originally who's not court certified, but I think the goal eventually would be to get them certified. That way we can trust that, there aren't any issues.
Is there ever an issue from a defendant or that if you have a county employee that's the interpreter, is that ever an issue, or is that just how it's done? That they're not impartial, or they're, like, yeah, conflict or something because they work for the state. Does that matter?
I don't see that.
No, they're providing court interpretation, they're not providing a legal advice. They are just word for word interpretation in the courtroom.
That's what you're shooting for. Some of our interpreters that we've had, are not able to go word for word and keep up, whereas if someone is certified, they have the proper experience and they're able to do that, and they're translating literally, what is being said from both sides. And I know that Sister Mary Judith, who has helped us in the past, she doesn't like to do trials. She doesn't like to be in the middle of things. She feels like she, is kind of taking sides there, or she just feels uncomfortable in that role. I think sometimes she has sympathy for some of those folks, and she tries to insert herself a little bit too at times and say things that maybe aren't literal interpretations.
And those are the kind of things I was worried about, that I didn't know if that ever interrupted the justice process.
I don't think it has, because I think we try to make sure that it doesn't. But those are some of the issues that you can run into if you don't have one who's certified or very good at what they do.
I think that what everybody would stand up and say is that there's a need, and I mean, you're welcome to stand up and say it. I agree. I think there is a need. I don't know much more to say than that. We have to determine things where the office would be paying the hours under which department is their supervisor. There's always a number of things to look at when you consider a new employee.
Well, I think currently we're trying to look for independent contractors. I mean, we're trying to put out a call to see if we can get more people out there at the time. Because we can't keep using a full-time employee that's already on staff.
There's one gentleman from Washington, Davies County, that's certified. He spends about half the year in Costa Rica. He charges $500 for a half day. There's another lady in Louisville that's certified that'll come up. She charges $80 an hour from the time she leaves her house till the time she gets back to her house. So
How much per hour?
80. So, I mean, as much as between the two courts, prosecutor, their investigation, forensic interviews, if they're sentenced out of the court, then obviously they go to probation, then they have regular meetings with probation. If they get sentenced and their sentences to community corrections, they're gonna have a case manager there. Right now, I think most of the departments are kind of limping along with language line, just using a telephone, but it's certainly not as good as having in-person interpretation. Additionally, if we had somebody and they were certified, I honestly believe that there's some grant money through Indiana Court Services that could be made available to maybe offset some of those costs. But since we've never had a certified interpreter, we've never been able to apply for that grant.
So you can't apply for the grant in order to get it started? You have to have somebody in place?
As I've talked to them a few times, they basically want you to have a certified interpreter and basically pledge to use certified interpreters.
What is I think there's two things here. What's the legal requirement for a non-English speaking person versus the moral issue as well? I mean, you want people to be able to represent themselves, but from a legal standpoint, what is the requirement in your courtroom?
Well, it's not just my courtrooms.
I mean,
it's everywhere.
I was just saying yours.
We have an obligation to provide interpretation. We've provided sign language, American Sign Language. We've provided Somali, Arabic with Sudanese dialect, Amharic. You can believe the different languages we've been able or had to, some native languages from Guatemala and southern Mexico. It's our obligation to ensure that the person fully understands the court proceedings. I think you actually can get into a little bit of ADA compliance if you don't. So it's certainly
I think you've answered my question. So if someone who's speaking French or Portuguese or whatever, they need to be, they need to have a state paid for person to make sure that they can communicate properly with the, in this case, the court authority.
It's just that, obviously, the Spanish-speaking folks are the majority. You know, we have, I mean, the once in a great while, like just for Camp said, we have one that's Sudanese, Arabic, or whatever, so there's a language line that we can get on the phone and do that, but that's, you know, those situations are rare. The situations where we have Spanish-speaking individuals, that's almost daily, not daily. And so just, there's more need, obviously, much more need for Spanish-speaking person than anyone else. And it's really, as far as your question earlier, it's a question about access to courts. Everyone has a constitutional right to access the courts. And if you can't speak the language or you can't have an interpreter, then you're denied that access. So it's a constitutional issue.
Sandy, where do we pay Sister Mary Judah?
Currently, the courts both have line items.
She's
For
paid,
independent
she's
contract.
paid $30 an hour is what we pay her. I
It's
guess
a
my thinking is that if we can get someone full-time, that we can probably, you know, if they get full-time pay and benefits, that we can get them for less than $30 an hour. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it would be a savings to the county if we have someone on staff that can do that all the time as opposed to on an individual basis paying people, whether it be $80 an hour or $500 for half a day or, you know, whatever it might be. It's going to be cheaper in the long run just to have someone on staff to do that.
I assume you have line items in your budget to do this, is what you're saying. What are those, do you know what those line items are? In other words, what are we offsetting in your budget if we were to hire?
Well, right now, and I'd have to go back and look exactly, but it was like 5,000 or 6,000 probably a year is what we have.
In each quarter?
I thought mine was, I'd have to look it up.
He's got your budget.
Judge Verkamp, it has psychiatric services / interpreter, $16,000.
Yeah, I said, well, so, I thought it was 16.
And then for Superior Court, I didn't see interpreter. Oh, there it is. Medical, psychiatric, and interpreter, $12,000.
28, and the other departments don't have a budget line item. You use theirs if you need to.
Well, no, we would use it out of our fund, but just out of a different, we don't have a line on account specifically
So the
designated for
prosecutor
that.
has something too then. You have a line item too?
No,
You just,
not specifically for that. It would probably be under like depositions or something like that. We would use part of that to pay for when we have a need for an interpreter.
You have a miscellaneous item for witness fees, special I guess it's a spec prop. I guess it's special prosecutor probably, but that's supposed to be depositions,
processing.
11,500. No, I agree with what everybody said. Generally, I get a queasy feeling when somebody asks for a new position, because that's a burden on the taxpayer for eternity. In this case, though, we're already making the payments, and the percentage of our population that speaks Spanish isn't going down. And people have a right to their day in court. And as you mentioned, they have to be able to speak. We need to be able to communicate. So I think it's a good thing that we begin looking at it.
I think you mentioned as well ago office space, and I guess my first question is, who would this person answer to? Would it be one of you, or a combination, or how would that work?
I guess.
Yet to be determined.
Yeah, well, I guess the market is HR, more or less, because I see it as a position that would be available to anyone in the county. You know, like I say, we would obviously use it more than most of the county departments, but I see it as a position that any department that might need it for any particular occasion, that, you know, they could call their office and say, hey, this is what's going on. We've got something going on next week, and, you know, even, let's say it's, you know, as an example, we're gonna widen the road, and the person that owns the property is Hispanic. You know, our county attorney might have to talk to the person, you know, meet with them and tell them what's going on, someone from the county highway department, you know, but, so they would call and make an appointment, and,
Anytime we hire somebody like that to be responsible countywide, you know, I'm just seeing a difficulty in how, I suppose that person, from what I'm hearing, would answer to us directly, and then to the commissioners directly. And then how would we, I don't know if I feel qualified to direct that person. Some way we'd work it out, I'm sure.
yeah. I mean, I think that would be,
It would almost have to be self-directed. I mean, obviously they answer to us, but they would have to be
It would be a good,
similar to the HR department or any other department head. They'd be a department head of one. Is what would be that. If that's the way it was set up.
or we could do it as an HR assistant, bilingual person. They start under that office, which is under us. Because Markey is kind of a central force in the community, or in our, I guess, employee community that everybody would go through for some things, and we could help with that. Because yes, you're right, that just the people that are represented here just have to do with law enforcement, but the other offices have a need as well. The treasurer's office, for example, when I was a treasurer, you're taking communication from sometimes a 4 or 5-year-old, whenever a family comes in and you're trying to explain things, you don't really know if you're really making a connection. And it happens in the auditor's office and other offices too. So I think it's a good thing to be brought up. And county council, when do you meet next?
24th.
So a week from now. So another thing is, can we pay for it? So that'll be. And would either of the court offices have a problem with taking funds from your court interpreter? There's, what did you say, $28,000 between them, but I think you use them for other things. But at least we would, it's easier to sell something when we have some of the funds to transfer, so would either have a problem with reducing that line item to help pay for this? And what about the prosecutor's office? Do you have anything within your office? If we would be giving you a savings, is there anywhere that
There would probably be some wiggle room there. Yeah, I'd have to look and see how much we spend. I don't think it's significant. It's probably $1,000 or less a year that we make, because, you know, oftentimes if it's during a criminal investigation, we would reach out to an officer that's bilingual, have them assist us, so we're not hiring people out on a regular basis. But there'll be some.
One of the things that happens often is that the interpreter is there speaking with the prosecutor and family members while court's going on, so maybe it may not be coming out of his budget, but it's coming out, you know, maybe ours.
Right.
It would be a lot nicer if the state would have an interpreter that they could reach out to the victim prior to coming to court and talking with them for the very first time and trying to work out a plea agreement.
I think the issue that we have, another issue that we have is with sister being gone, what are we gonna do in the interim here? That's our, I mean, you guys are talking a long-term solution, but we need something immediate for your court now.
I would think in the short term, really, we need to create a part-time position if we're gonna use Marina, and then we can use some of the funds, transfer the independent contractor funds into that part-time employee line item to pay Marina, just say Marina, since she is currently helping out.
Right. And then she's just not gonna be able to work full-time for Purdue
Well,
as you guys need her.
well, if she works full-time for Purdue at the whole 35 hours, then she'd be 5 hours to the courts on regular time, and then she'd have to pay overtime wages or anything over 40.
Is she interested in doing this?
She's willing to help out, no problem at all. I think she was,
And Chelsea's willing to let
Yeah.
her do some stuff right now, but I don't think she wants to over the long term, forever.
They're willing to be a good partner temporarily.
correct, yeah. Well, and to, like Judge McCall said, it's, it's Monday, Thursday, Friday, that they're moving Thursday's courts, or was it your, traffic courts on Thursday to try to move it to Friday right now, just so Marina can help out without making too much of an impact on Purdue Extension, but,
That's just the one courtroom.
I've scheduled Rosina Rosario, who is problem is she is the Southwest School Corporation's community outreach partner, so she's employed too, but she's given us a Wednesday afternoon. So she's not able to come this Wednesday afternoon, but she's gonna be here Friday for an all-day criminal court trial to interpret. She's interpreted for 3 trial bars before. She's already taken actually the first pre-test for the court certified interpreter program.
Something else to consider is like the courts are probably gonna have to maintain some budget because there will be conflicts even if we have a full-time where you're gonna need more than one interpreter on a case. That does come up in trial situations occasionally where the defendant will need an interpreter and there'll be witnesses that testify. They'll have to have a second interpreter. So they will need to maintain a little bit of a budget for that.
As far as short term is concerned, do we have any other employees in the county that might be willing to share? I know we have some Hispanic employees. I don't know what their interpreter skills are, but I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Is she the only one in the county? The one in the extension office, is she the only one in the county that has the needed skills?
No, I don't think so. We're gonna live along one way or another. We shouldn't have to, we should be thinking long-term, not only just for the courts, but as I said, the health department, community corrections, the jail. We've been using the language line a lot, which isn't perfect, but it's better than nothing, just doing hearings via translator on the telephone.
I think too, go a long way with what Brent was over the Title VI. He gave that to me. We discussed that earlier this year and made that transition. It is hand in hand with Title VI.
It's Title VI to the nth degree. It's what it is.
It is what it is. So, it's, like Judge Perkins said, we got an obligation that we have to provide the resource no matter what. So, in a long haul situation would probably be a good thing to consider.
Be interested to hear more about the grant opportunities as well. I realize that has to be a certified person, and that might be, as you said, we might have to hire somebody and get them certified along the way, but it'd be good to know what those possibilities are down the road, perhaps.
The more you train them, the more lucrative it would be for them to quit and do it at $80 an hour.
Or would you have to start with a full-time? Could you start part-time and then grow the position as we need it? Or, do you think somebody would be busy 35 hours a week?
I think they would be busy 35 hours a week. I know we could utilize them on Mondays and Wednesdays for sure. And that's just for our probation population. Right now we look along, family members come in, their kids come in. I was meeting with someone the other day, and as she's interpreting for him, I find out she was the victim in his offense. Well, she can't beat it, and we just look along. We do what we have to do, use the language line that one of my officers used it the other day, and I told her guy who she was trying to make an appointment to come back to go to the dry cleaner and pick up a sandwich is what we were just like, no. So we try the best we can. So I know probably a good day and a half I could use them in the probation office alone. I know the courts probably could use them in a couple of days each, possibly. And that's just our 2 departments.
I can see a big scheduling issue with something like that, and because many times it's spur of the moment.
That's how we are.
You can't schedule in advance. They come in and they're standing at your counter, and you need them now.
Probation,
Most
they
of
could.
ours is to be scheduled.
Yeah.
We're in the so that would be time to be able to put out fires to other places. Not scheduled.
Well, I guess the next step I'd like to see is, I think you'd have my support in moving forward in some capacity. I don't know what that is, finding someone to meet this need, because the need isn't gonna go away. I'd like to see what the council has to say, because they'll be the ones that will have to say if they can fund another position, and if so, where it would come from. Because out of that 28,000 between the two offices, if we got 18,000 of that, so they still have money for other things they need that money for. That pays for a portion of the position, maybe a quarter of it or a third of it. Yeah, I think we start having that conversation. Do you have any feedback on if you think this is something that you would consider, or it's off limits? Or?
Well, we need to do something, we need to do something, and, yeah, let's explore it, see where it goes. I don't know whether part-time is even feasible or not. Anytime you go part-time, you don't get I'm not gonna say you don't get the quality, because obviously you might not get quality either way, or you might get super quality, but full-time is costs more, but it's more dependable.
Yeah, I don't know where we would get better if we said, we'll pay $45 an hour as needed. That way they get no benefits, but they're getting a higher wage, or if we're better off saying, well, we want someone full-time under our umbrella, and they'll make $25 an hour. I don't know what would work best. Commissioner Hostetter?
Pay a retainer, put them on hourly as well. I think that I'm definitely in support. I think one of the challenges is going to be finding some kind of office space for them.
Yeah.
And some of the other questions I had were supervisor and stuff like that, but I think we've kind of somewhat hashed that out. So I'm definitely in support, and I think we should probably be looking at the full time.
Any comments from any of the council folks in attendance at this time? Okay.
So you guys are okay with the current employee working for the other department?
I'm grateful that they're finding a way to limp along with what they're doing now. I don't think it's fair for us to keep them limping along for 3 more months. I think we need to take some action on this, but this is basically an introduction for the whole board. And, we'll work with Markey and with those involved to see what the next steps are. That's not fair enough. Unless anybody else has another comment, we're happy to hear it. Thank you. Thank you. And 11:45 of the ARPA discussion, right? And I think that's our last item, scheduled item on the agenda. So guys, what do you think we should do as the next step? We want to reach out to the council, have them talk about it, consider it before we take any other steps, because if they say they're not gonna fund it, then we don't. Yes.
It doesn't get rid of a teacher. He probably put together a job description, yeah, so that fun stuff, and then, yes, go to the council and see what they're willing to, budget for. But if he does some, just quick searches and finds out that we can't hire anybody for under $50 an hour,
Then it's something we need to know.
Yes. Stay with it. So. And that's her.
Well, like he said, currently.
Judge Burkham, do you think somebody out of your clan there, the justice people, should get on the next agenda and talk to the council, or do you want them to just discuss it on their own? I just want to help, I'd be on the agenda and discuss it with them. Obviously, if there's any questions, and then I can be able to answer it on their own. So I think I was just going to say it might be a good idea. Agenda, that's fine. I would anticipate that would have been the next step. So,
And then the next comment there, then setting it up with, or working with HR, coming up with a job description, and in other words, all the details as to how this all would work.
There's a lot of details that need to be worked out, but in the
long run, I think you really could keep that person busy. Between probation, community corrections, 2 courts, jail, health department, I'm sure, I don't know what they do.
Health department would be very busy.
It'd be very good.
That's why I figured the health department could be, I mean, between, and I don't mind working my schedule around so that we're just, that's what we're doing now with Rosina. We moved up, we usually do all our criminal chins, hearings on Monday and Tuesdays. We moved them to Wednesday afternoon to accommodate her. We're flexible. But as I said, I would think the health department would have a great need too.
The only problem that I see is like the auditor's office, the health department, all them. It's gonna be, hey, I have 5 minute warning, I got somebody here.
If somebody comes into your office, you just say, you need to come back tomorrow at this time.
And
We can't even
that
tell
would-
them
Just set it up with the phone.
Yeah.
That's our problem.
Well, but maybe they could write something up for you that you can hand them and say.
Right, and yeah, you can make a,
And then maybe, maybe
This
the
is
health
planning.
department has
There's a lot of
Mondays for me
details to
too.
work out, but I think.
Either that or a questionnaire, and then they can
I think
answer.
that's what we need is the details to be worked out and
Yes.
something concrete to consider. I think we're all in support of the concept.
Yeah,
Because that's down, we'll just
uh,
go getting over there, 'cause it's a-
Yeah,
or
it's
we don't have
definitely a
phone
need,
with
so.
apps.
if someone would file a grievance against the county, I'm not, for this particular, I think we would be in trouble, and it would more than pay for this person to be employed here for a year. So,
It's just nice to have somebody in person. We use a language line, but it's not the same.
So is the language line just speakerphone? They hear what both sides are saying and they
Yeah,
translate
but
it
there's a
back?
lot, I think, lost in translation, because when the prosecutor's speaking from across the room, translators not always picking that up, or wondering, well, am I supposed to translate that or not? Was that directed to, what was, and one of the things that the interpreter does is it will actually, on like a new filing, if someone's charged criminally, they'll actually go into the jury room and sit down with them and read the charges to them, read them their advice of rights, have them sign it in Spanish. So when we're in the courtroom, then it streamlines. I did one on language, I can do an initial hearing in 5 to 10 minutes. I did one on language line last week. It took me over an hour because they were just, I think it's a cultural thing. It was, the person actually was trying to defend themselves. Every time I paused, it was just difficult to get through. So when you have a live person there that's observing what's going on, sometimes they can, that's not, this is the question that's being asked.
Is the language line all digital or are there live people on the other end?
Most like people, I was talking to somebody in an arrest the other day of somebody from Mexico City.
Okay.
You never know where you get, where they're employed by, the company is Language Line, Language Line Solutions. So it's provided for us free of charge by Indiana Court Services. So like when probation's in a pinch, we're in a pinch. I know community corrections, when they're meeting with their participants, a lot of times they're having to use Language Line to have those discussions. So I think it's impedes rehabilitation if you're not able to have an honest conversation.
I didn't know if it was maybe all electronic, like voice text or something like that.
It's just a live bird you get on.
Tell the dog for language.
That's what I said. We've used them for, it's amazing the different languages we've used them for in the last few years. Haitian Creole just 2 weeks ago. We've used a lot of Arabic languages. So it's a good service to have, but it's not the end all be all.
And those folks get to schedule that? Or can you call on the fly or do you have to schedule? Say, I need somebody to.
Spanish is never a problem. Some of those more obscure languages, you need to call and schedule with the company. So, but Spanish, you just press 1 and it's usually just about like that somebody picks up. So, I think probably most of our set on hold was 5 minutes waiting for the interpreter. Okay, that's pretty good.
So you worry about the next meeting?
Well, I was gonna say, probably on the next council meeting to start with, and then we can put them on our next agenda too, if one of those folks wants to come back and see where we are. Might as well have somebody who, if Jenny's available or one of y'all is available, that way it keeps us
Well,
moving
if you needed
forward.
an early appointment, I have them for the next one, that's why I'm looking. So,
Council.
on February 7th, on commissioners. Council, I don't have the council agenda with me.
Early is better for me.
That's what I'm saying, if I can book you at 8 o'clock on the 7th,
See, well, that's fine, just as an update, see where we're at that point.
I can always take you off. It's just- I flip them guys around. Those two.
More questions. I guess we can reach out, but, I give us some time, we can reach out to Sean Warner and see what their need would be, I would think they would be supportive of that.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay.
Good.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nathan.
All right. The thing with the interpreter, I think it's important, but also IT is important. I mean, there's other things that are important too, but I don't know, then that were probably too, is urgent, I suppose. I think it'll be good to look at. Okay, we got our ARPA discussion. So since our last meeting, I believe or maybe it was a meeting, it was very close last time, but I reviewed the flexibility and it means, again, that it's pretty clear to me that the first $10 million of your ARPA money is flexible. Do anything with it that you could use regularly appropriate county funds for. So I think we're in pretty good shape there.
I think I saw an email, was that between you and Greg and you and
Right,
Nye?
I attended, that day we met, I attended the Treasury's presentation on the final rule, and that was brought up there. I saw clarification from Baker Tilly. They confirmed that basically whether you could have or could not have qualified under the revenue loss, I kept calling it a standard deduction versus itemizing it out. Everybody's eligible for the standard allowance up to $10 million. If your award was 9, you cannot get an extra $1 million. But if your award was 12, you can only take 10 of that.
And all you have to do is say you're applying to revenue.
Right. I haven't gone into the process of how that works, but they said that we would be eligible to make that election. Okay. Now, some of our funds are already spoken for, and they were legitimate expenses the whole time, and we can continue to utilize it that way. And not that we'd use it for illegitimate expenses. I didn't mean to imply that, but it loosens up some of the extra requirements that are out there.
Legitimate, meaning they were within the preliminary guidelines, not the final rule.
That's correct.
And I would argue we've made some commitments that we need to honor.
Right, so it probably wouldn't be, well, that's to you guys, but you wouldn't need to claim all of it because you can claim up to that amount.
Yeah.
So if you've already earmarked X amount and they're all eligible projects under the rule anyways.
The only thing that concerns me about the flexibility part, this is exactly what I wanted, but the one part that the help or thing that we're a part of now, we're committing $22.5 million to that process, and we are with 2.49 million.
Right, they said 22, and I was like, we never got that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I heard that too.
I'm sorry.
Let's move our decimal.
He's talking about hundreds, not thousands.
$2,490,290 would be 30% of our funds. So that amount of those funds are still going to be limited to what those guidelines are.
Mm-hmm.
So by joining HELP, we're limited to what we can use those funds for. The benefit is we get an additional $1 million at the end of the project, and we have other
It has
benefits
strings
with
too.
it. But those things have strings, whereas this other money wouldn't have strings. I think the first thing.
Well, excuse me, they have strings that we would almost apply to them. In other words, we're gonna develop this strategic investment plan. And yes, I suppose Okra or whoever the managing will sign off on that, but they will be investment opportunities that we've identified.
Correct. But in this case, for example, if we found that our park, for example, was, we do a strategic investment plan and that group says a new park in Holland, whatever, or Hayesville, we'll say Hayesville, that we want to do an expanded park or recreation project up there, that doesn't qualify under the ARP guidelines, I wouldn't think.
And if the income doesn't.
But if we take it as lost revenue, then we can use it for that same project. So you see where, I mean, it does, that's what I'm talking about, how it would limit us.
But there's a process for that then, right? I mean, they have to go to county general and then you budget it out.
That was gonna be my next thing, was I was gonna
That's
ask,
the way I.
ask you to talk to Baker Tilly about is our job going to be then to take everything less $2,490,290 and take it all in and put it in a different fund?
Yeah, I thought it had to go to county general and then get appropriated out. That's what I saw.
I thought, and we may also want to consider what we've already, again, when we have the broadband build out, that's already been committed under that. So I think it'd be a good idea at this point that we would have a conversation with Baker Tilly and say, here's what we already have earmarked, okay? That we believe are substantially meet the qualifications, and therefore we want to now we want to elect, I'm making numbers up, we want to go ahead and take an allowance of 2.7 million, that's what's left, put that into the general fund, and then utilize that for these projects that have been in discussion, such as new builds versus renovations, park expansion, things of that nature.
For auditing purposes, I guess is what I'm looking at, and for what's gonna be the easiest for DuBois County? Is it gonna be in our best interest to just spend it out of our funds? Or is it in our best interest to take it to county general, allocate those funds? I don't know if one way or another is beneficial. Like even that $2.5 million, it does qualify under our preliminary rule or the interim rule. Does it make a difference if we pay it out of ARP dollars, or is it better to go to county general first and then be put out? I don't know. I guess that's what I was gonna ask, since you're the money mover, if you wanted to find out.
And we can look into that, and I'd have to look at that contract again. I looked at it a lot back in the day.
Yes.
Whether or not we allocated it, that's the funding source in that.
Well, right now it's all appropriated in the ARPA fund.
Right. So that's then where that's going to come from, because again, it was an eligible expense, it remains an eligible expense and the use of those funds. Not electing that and just letting that stay its course. There's still probably gonna be some smaller minimal reporting requirements by putting it into the general fund. But I don't know the answer to that yet.
So we have $100,000 budgeted preliminarily for auditing. It's probably less to audit if we put it all in the county general and divvy it from there.
It depends how they audit it.
But if everything we want to spend the money on is ARPA approved, then is there a point in?
I think we only had a few questions on there.
But it's not all ARPA available. Like the park money is the first one to talk about. We said we would take it out of ARPA funds if we could. The council has said that that's their preference, but if it's not, it'll come out of ed. So I think what we should do is take it out of the ARP funds. However, now that the flexibility is there, we should be paying that out of the ARP dollars, because that was the understanding in the agreement. So that's not an ARP eligible expense under the interim rule, but it now is under the final rule.
The DuBois Fire.
Would you agree?
It's not an allowable expense under the final rule, because if you take the standard if you take that allowance, we can use those funds for that. The way I'm looking at it is if you take that standard allowance, then the final rule doesn't apply.
The final rule gives us the flexibility to take it all in the county general and spend it.
That's correct.
Right. So that's one, and then the Northeast DuBois Fire District was another one that probably doesn't fit within the original interim rule, but now if we took it into county general, we could make that disbursement.
Yeah, maybe.
And to your point,
Yeah, because new builds are not allowed.
or the point I thought you were making a while ago, that say we take $2 million of this and we put it in the county general. It all goes in the county general, but could it be set up into a special account or a special line item within county general, so that we then would determine how that money gets spent? Or is it just now part of the county general and it gets spent on general things. That's kind of what happened to the CARES money.
I can see both. You guys can say, yes, I want to put it in county general. Council can say, now we get to do what we want.
I know.
We don't want to do this, we don't want
We
to do
can't
that.
trust the council.
No, I'm just saying, that could happen.
I'm joking with you, Mike.
But, I mean,
I forgot a moment.
Clean that record up.
Yeah.
We've had council members on our committee, so I think they have favored these items. So I think the best course would be to let the auditor or attorney or whoever talk with Baker Tilly to find what's the best path to getting these projects done within the existing agreements we've already made and decisions we've made. Like for that $350,000, we need to find quickly, probably, what the best route to do that is for the park project.
and
So that the
Northeast
edits
Du
might
Bois
be
already
made.
called me and said they're building, when they got bidded out, it came higher, they would like more money if they could get it. So I told them I'd tell you that.
I think I put them.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Then,
Northeast Du Bois
The fire
Fire.
station.
Fire station. Okay.
but that's already an issue because new construction's not in the ARPA rules.
Again, if we take that $300,000
Yes.
county general and they will appropriate it, then we would take it.
And a couple of items
More
that
convoluted.
are on that list that we kind of made a commitment to. One was St. Anthony, and somebody there, St. Anthony Water Utility, somebody there talked to me last week and wanted to know when that was coming. And I said I couldn't answer that necessarily, but I thought it should be soon, but I don't know that. And the other would be Patoka up there, and
And
part of
those
what
things are
they want.
definitely under this program.
What?
Those things are definitely
Yeah,
covered under ARPA,
but I don't know when we would appropriate that to them, when we would
distribute.
distribute that to them. Patoka, their expansion even got bigger because Wabash is putting in a big expansion up there. So there's sewers through Du Bois, Wabash, through Du Bois, and so forth. The project has even gotten larger. So they're gonna be wanting to start on that soon as well.
I think we could disperse the funds immediately if we're confident that they meet the rescue plan. Because the council's appropriated 100% of the money. So if we wanted to send, I guess under our word, we could send the 200,000, or whatever amounts we wanted. I think we previously agreed to 200,000 for Patoka, one part of their project, and 100,000 for their other one. So I think if we directed the auditor to write that check today, she could.
Okay.
And I think that money could go at any time. I don't know any reason we couldn't.
I'm just waiting on you.
And St. Anthony the same way. The ones I'd be concerned about would be the fire district ambulance area and the park. We couldn't do them with that.
Because we're not sure they qualify under the final rule.
Interim rule.
Interim rule, which ended up being the final rule with the exception of the.
They added other things as well,
Yeah.
but I'm only talking about the most important one.
But the final rule,
Ambulance on here, is that on there?
the final rule starts April 1st, correct?
Yes, but you.
But they can, but they,
Okay, well, you said fire district, when you, I thought it was December.
No, it's same building.
Okay.
So is that something that we, go ahead, Greg.
A thought would be that knowing where we're at here, that I'd like to have a conversation with the auditor's office and Baker Tilly and say, here's our list of projects, here's where we, feel like our money is going to be going to, and then ask them for their professional advice and opinion as far as from an accounting standpoint, general fund versus ARPA accounting, okay, which one is going to be more favorable to us, and then come back and say, here's the plan of action, here's the election we're going to make to take that standard allowance up to this amount now, and then keep the rest in the ARPA restricted funds to utilize according to the projects we've already had planned. And just see as you said, which one's going to be more efficient, which one's going to be better off for us in the long run.
Okay, so the next step will be the two of you will
We'll
make those contacts
make
in
a contact.
2 weeks. So we still won't disperse for 2 weeks, but I would personally like to, at that time, we'll have a direction. I'd like to get the process going and getting those funds
I
to
would
these
agree.
projects.
I think it is, we got an extra Friday or an extra Monday in here, so it's 3 weeks
Three
now.
weeks, yeah.
So I realize that's a longer time, but ideally we'll have it all squared away by then, or not all of it.
And if you want, I wouldn't mind being on those emails that you got, have going back and forth, and I don't know if the other commissioners would want to, but that way we can have the best shot at having a final answer in 3 weeks.
Okay.
Is there anything on the list that we have that either of you have changed your mind about, you're not feeling good about, or are you still satisfied with the committee's recommendation? Yes, I mean, one thing that's on here is the renovation, so that's being held off for 7 months. Barnes and Thornburg, I think with this flexibility rule, their need will go away substantially.
We didn't even sign that.
We didn't ever agree to it, but the likelihood that we would need them again is, I think, going to be less. So I just like, anything that we say, we'll get to, with work on regional sewer. Anything else on that ARP committee? Or ARP discussion? Nothing for me.
So I'm sure that the quote estimate's gonna be, they're gonna send us a bill here soon.
For universal design?
Yes, so do we go ahead and pay it, or do we wait?
I'd say we'll wait on everything until this next meeting after you guys get some direction from financial advisor. Unless somebody else differs from me, they want to start making payments now.
No, I think we can wait 3 weeks to make sure that we've got it all organized the way it needs to be organized.
That we know as much as we're gonna know. Okay. The only other thing I'd like to talk about is the COVID memorial. It was brought, I think you guys know, I was gonna talk about this, I guess there was something in the Herald, or not Herald, but WITZ about asking for artistic help on the memorial, and I just had gotten wind of that last night. I guess I was under the impression that it was pretty much permanently on hold. My take on it is that I'm not in favor of moving forward with it at this point, possibly ever. I just think, especially with, we're not anywhere near done with this thing. We've got 60% of 59% of our people in Du Bois County that are vaccinated, and over the last week we've had more positive cases than we've had in a year. And this morning I looked at some news and I wrote this down. There's 16.8% surge in cases last week. And I don't know. I don't think that I don't have a strong feeling about what that should look like, what that means to our community. You don't make a memorial in the middle of the event, in my opinion. I know you guys made a motion, moved with it, and I agreed to move forward with it at some point 6 months ago, and I've regretted it since I've done it. Basically, I just want to revisit it. If it was up to me, I may make a motion to bring it up again for discussion, to change course on it. I hate to do that to people that have put time and energy into it, because I can see their arguments of what's valuable about it, but I think that I don't think the time is right. Again, we 96,000 new cases. It's just crazy. We're still in the middle of it, and I don't know if a memorial is the right thing for it at this time. I'll start the conversation there.
As one of the guys that voted to go forward with it, I've somewhat changed my opinion for the same reason. We're still in the middle of this event, and I think the people who are planning this are very well intentioned, but I think maybe just now is not the right time. I'm not saying it'll never, but I just feel like right now we're in the middle of it. We don't memorialize something right in the middle of the event. I agree, and I've had a lot of calls and reservations that kind of make me feel a little differently about it than I did when we voted on it. And, I'd be open to putting it on hold for a while.
I think at the time that the vote was happening, the feeling that I was having at the time was, oh, we're winding down. And maybe I'm just not remembering properly. That's how I'm thinking that, well, it's starting to wind down. We can start planning on this, and it's a nice thing. But it kind of reminds me of the Veterans Memorial, that I don't want to make any changes if we're gonna have a lot of people that are against it. It's the same way with this on here. I think that there's some people that are for it, a big number. I've heard more that were against it, I suppose. I don't know. Is it controversial? Is it really tearing the community apart? I don't think so. I don't think it's to that level, but I think there's enough people that are opposed to it, myself included, that it's not favorable for me to move forward with it this time.
Well, I'm still in favor of the concept, okay? To your discussion and statements about being in the middle of it, and I think that's part of the reason why it was delayed, and why it was put on, I don't know, put on hold is the right word for a while, but there were some, initially, after we gave the approval of it, there was some difficulty in how to organize the funding of it, and I don't know that they had that figured out as of yet. They're, still working on that end of it. They also felt what you guys voiced about maybe this isn't quite the right time. That's, what's the previous strain that came through? Delta hadn't hit us yet. And I agree, it felt like we were on the downside of it. Then Delta came along, and that's when the discussion, I think, happened that, maybe we're not through this yet, and maybe this isn't the right time. And now, with Omicron coming along, I'm hopeful, because I'm just going to state this, and I'm not an expert in anything, but I'm hopeful we are now at the very peak, and now it's the downside, and I'm hopeful that it's going to continue on the downside because of the nature of Omicron. But I don't know that. I'm not an expert in that field, but so I think they kind of felt the same thing, but maybe now is not quite the time. So nothing has been ordered, as far as I know. Nothing has been ordered as far as material and that sort of thing. They're waiting for the right time, and they're waiting for the fundraising effort to come into place somehow. But in the meantime, they continued on what I think I've heard them say is a parallel course. There are, even though we're not going to move forward with these things, there are things we can move forward with, and that was the design and the images. And by design, we mean the images that would be etched onto the memorial. The design was pretty well set as it was presented to us, the overall design. But the images that would be displayed on the memorial is that's what that communication was about there. As far as the overall concept, I'm still in favor of it. At some point, that we do create some type of remembrance of this event. And I don't have a problem with it being on the courthouse square. I know there's been statements made that the courthouse square is almost to the point of where nothing should go there unless it's veteran or military related. I don't necessarily agree with that. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
So
It might be, I don't know, would it be good to have them come back in and share with us where they think they are right on it? Or?
I don't know that would change my mind, because I think they presented well, and I think that recognizing frontline workers is valuable, and remembering those that we've lost, I think those are both good concepts, and I don't think they have anything that's any different than that now.
You know, I'm interested in what they look at as their timeline. I don't know that they know yet.
I think where I came in this morning, and I think I still stand there, is I don't know the right way to say it, but I would like to rescind my approval of using the space on the courthouse property. I guess we can do that. And the reason, and one reason I want to act is so that they don't order things, that they don't put in resources where they shouldn't. If they want to continue to move forward with it, you know, in a year from now, this board will look different than it looks today. Maybe I don't know if that'll make a difference, or feelings might change at that time. But I think
Well,
that's where I would.
I feel like if we were a year or two beyond this, and we could look back on it, we could through that lens of the whole picture. We don't have the whole picture right now. We're not gonna have the whole picture for some time now, even if we're at the peak right now, that's, you know, we're working our way back down the other side. I would almost like to come back to this a year later, or 2 years later, after COVID's over and we've all moved on, and then we all have a better kind of idea of what we're memorializing. At this point, if we put a memorial out there and things take a turn for the worse, or something, you know, unforeseen happens, and I mean, lots of unforeseen things have happened in the last 2 years, we might be memorializing something we really don't want to. So, and that doesn't mean that, you know, we're not, you know, I understand the frontline workers, the people who died, but this is different. I mean, I just feel like we're still in the moment, and maybe, you know, I think I might be on board with Chad that, you know, I don't think I'm quite ready to say, yes, you can put that over there. And I don't want them to put a whole bunch of work into this and then come back to us later and us change our mind. So I'd like to maybe revisit it after it's all over. And at the time we spoke about it before, I thought we were on the downhill side. And then we had spikes, and here we are again in the midst of another one.
Any other comments, Commissioner Burns?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know that I have any additional comments. I want to make, I guess there's a few people here that I know, Councilwoman was involved, and maybe some other people, if there's anybody else that wants to make a comment, I want to make a fully informed decision as much as possible. If anybody wants to say anything, we're welcome to hear it.
I can understand where you're coming from, but I don't understand giving an approval. Mine's going now rescinding it. That's scary stuff for anything looking forward, any decision from the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, anybody else?
I mean, my feeling is that I really haven't had anybody, that was positive on the thing. Just all the things I hear, wrong location, that kind of thing, and I agree with you that it's not finished. My comment was, I think you made the decision too prematurely, and you just both said that. You know, we should have got more public input on this thing before you made that decision. And that's what I think I'm learning more too. Maybe we shouldn't make a decision that the minute somebody brings something in, oh yeah, that's great, you know, just like you did with the interpreter. I think you gave your opinion, but you didn't move on it. You know, and I think we need to get better public transparency, I'll call it, or public input. That's all I'm gonna say.
And I agree with the councilman. It's a failing on my part that I didn't vote first time the way that I guess I was thinking about doing it. And it is bad practice to approve something and then rescind it later. I definitely agree, and I think that it is not something that I would want to do unless we absolutely had to. So I agree with you there. it's not good business to do it that way. But I think since the time of that vote, I've had new information come to me. I've had public feedback, and I don't think I gain anything by sticking with my initial decision if I've gained more information and it turns out that in good conscience I can't move forward. If I can do something about it, I feel like I should.
I think it's kind of interesting, as I look at the downtown project, I have yet to have one person tell me, Lord, that's something we need to do. But we know we need to do it. So I'm a little disappointed.
I mean, the downtown project's not our project.
But sitting on the committee as the liaison for the county, I've had a lot of people talk to me, and not just from Jasper, but all around the county that said, why are we doing it? I haven't had one positive comment about it. But I still, I'm disappointed.
So you don't think when you get that feedback that should play some role in our decision making?
Oh, absolutely.
No, I mean, like even in the cities, because the project was put together, and then we get the feedback, I think that considering those that we're representing, if they have a voice and it comes out, I don't know. I guess I don't feel as strongly about, I think I feel differently about it than you. Whenever I get more information, I got more public feedback, I don't think that it's a virtue to stick with your original idea if you find that your original idea is wrong.
I agree, but when you get an approval for a project, and then you rescind it a couple of months later, that sets a tone.
And I think where I would be on the negative comments is, yes, you take those under advisement, you take those under consideration, and you weigh them against all of the other positives or negatives that the project brings. And you don't give them more weight than what they deserve.
Sure.
For example, I think I've had two people express a negative opinion to me about the memorial. Their opinion is important, but I don't take those as the necessarily the total guiding principle of what I think is the right thing to do.
Sure.
And so, like I said, I'm still in favor of the overall concept of the project. Is right now, maybe right now is not the time to start setting stone. In fact, we've got a revitalization project going on here, and maybe that would be a part of the discussion as to should we wait until that is finished before we go changing something else about the lawn, or is it? Certainly, it would have to coordinate a little bit. Where is that curbless curb going to exactly be, for example, and that sort of thing. So there's other considerations there as well.
Well, I'm going to move that the board reconsider and rescind the prior permission to place a COVID memorial on the courthouse property.
I'll second.
Question, is your motion to rescind and just that, or is it to delay or rescind until, or to postpone until another date?
Rescind, and we could still, we can reconsider in the future.
You're rescinding the approval to.
Right. So that's the motion. We haven't done that yet.
Can you give me a few minutes here, please?
Sure. Thank you. So, I don't think I have any other business. The credit card.
He does. You haven't awarded these projects yet.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear about your.
Okay. I have reviewed all the bids. CNR Construction was a complete bid, and their numbers were accurate. So I do recommend them for approval at $597,509.60.
Was that a little bit, Brent?
That was a little bit, correct.
So we do have a little bit of that, it's above your estimate, does that change anything budgetary?
I spoke with Steve and we can fit it into our budget. And that we both feel that it's important enough, we can get these done.
So more of the project will come from highway?
Because the state only approved us for 25% or 75% of that 754, or
Do we have to,
574.
do we have to move money around, or is it something you guys will just pay for that part of it?
We'll have to move money down.
I mean, you'll move money in the highway, you won't move it into community crossings,
No,
like a match.
because we should have enough money, that's almost coming out of Senate bill and Local Road Street. Right, yes, yeah, I think there was enough money in there.
So there'll be three things we're paying, well, no, there'll be the one fund for community crossings, and you'll pay the difference out of highway, or whatever.
Yeah, we'll put something.
There's money there now that we can approve it, we said, well, it's three.
Okay, so we do have do we need to take action on the motion and second before we move on to approving something separate?
Yeah, you would, and I interjected because I needed to finish reading my notes on motions to rescind, so.
Do you need more time? This isn't a critical thing that we have to operate today, and that goes to the councilman's point that maybe not taking the final action today, and then we'd be taking 2 weeks, or we'd take it today. Either way would be.
It would be nice to have the Waltzes back since.
One consideration, not necessarily within the rules themselves, but again, undoing something, allowing an opportunity for others to, again, it was not on the agenda, and allowing the input of other people if they'd like to have it be made, could be a benefit to the Board of Commissioners. Without it being on the agenda, there are different rules, but the number of members we have is doesn't impact it too much. It's not hard math. Instead of a simple majority, it's a 2/3, which there's 3 of you. So would have to be required. There's also rules regarding whether or not certain things have already been put into motion. Okay, like if, for example, something has already been dug and planted, you can't undo it at that point. And I know that was the reason why this discussion is being had. So that in mind, you can either take away your motion at this point, take action on it, and take up Mr. Winhold's issue, or come back and address this at your first meeting in February.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the board. What would you like to do? Would you like to take a final action today, or would we like to have a couple weeks to take any additional input?
I think I'd be on board with pushing it off till February first meeting. That gives people ample opportunity to contact us and voice their opinions. And then it can be on the agenda, but would also allow for anyone in support of either side to come in and also voice their opinion.
Mr. Brown?
I think I probably would have been opposed to the motion, so I probably would be in favor of.
3 weeks is better than no weeks.
Is better than no weeks.
No, I think that might be a fine way to proceed. I'll rescind my motion. And we'll just ask the auditor to put it on the agenda for the next meeting for 10 minutes. Again, I don't want to make any rash decisions, but it's something that was on my mind for many months now. And the only reason it was brought up, I thought that the project had died on its own accord, but I guess I was mistaken. So. Okay, we'll look at that in a couple of weeks. Next, we have we accepted bids earlier for project 900 South, 100 West, / 1000 South, and 1075 South Road project, with the low bidder being CNR Construction at $597, $509.60. And these bids are in order. It's a legal bid, so I will move that we approve the low bidder of CNR Construction.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Anything else from auditor? Anything from the attorney?
No.
Board of Commissioners? Highway? Public?
Yeah.
We'll close the meeting.
Hey, Mike, let's catch you real quick.